Yo, 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 yo. Hello. How is everyone doing? I'm actually going to be right back real quick. Just real quick. All right, I'm back. You guys and your rudeness, it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable, chat. It is unacceptable. So rude. But yeah, how are you guys doing? You guys doing okay? You guys having a good, what's today? Saturday? You guys having a good Saturday? Oh man. We got some reviews today. And that's what we're gonna do. So if you guys are new, this is what we do on Saturdays most of the time, not all the time. Some Saturdays we don't do it depending on if there's replays or any other shenanigans, but for the most part we do reviews on Saturday. And we're gonna be looking at it and trying to help the team out. Leave pop in the chair brings great comfort to the stream alone. That's so toxic. That's toxic. What did I do? What's up, Lauren? What's up, Adolfo? What's up, Ultimate? What's up, Nash? Hello. Good to see you. George, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Are we looking at a Spider-Man? I actually don't know. I just put the clip up. No. Dude. Tiny Tim. You left the novel, brother. Wait, Amber left the novel too. Y'all should write some books. I always, every time I look at you guys' reviews and the ones that leave a lot of context, I always make fun of. It's hilarious. It's good, obviously. The more context, the better. But I just think it's funny. Cause y'all be going all out. Y'all be like, username XYZ, role, tank, code, 768432, blah, 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 hero, or something like that. And then y'all say, whatever hero it is. And then y'all will be like, so it all started when I first started playing Marvel Rivals. Now it's like, wait a second. So like, hold up. You could skip. Where's this being streamed? Where is it at? Let me find the skip button. But no. Jokes aside. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just funny. Necrotic, what's up? Turn into a rant trauma? No. It's not like that. It's more of they just want to give a lot of details. But like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's just funny. Cause the alternative is like, which I tell you guys not to do. It's like, here's the game, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, why do you want it reviewed? And then it's like, I just want you to check to see if I had any mistakes. Like, that's super vague, bro. What am I supposed to do with that? What can I do with that? Can't do nothing with that. This season got us in our feelings. That's funny. How's Cyclops been for you guys? How's he been in your matches? I'm pretty sure he hasn't been banned, or if he's been banned, it's because people don't want their teammates to play it. From what I played yesterday, it seems like he's not really game breaking. Like, the only thing is his ult, but you could just block it or dodge it. Everything else, I feel like if he gets a lot of cleanups, it's mainly because he has a KO secure, and characters that tend to have that have an easier time getting them. But I don't really think he does much by himself, unless dude's got like in smurfing. Not if you guys played him. If you guys had him in your matches, and if he was doing good or bad. Because I know when Dino came out, bro, that guy was in every single match. I didn't play, but man, when I did reviews for you guys or things like that, dude, that fool was in every single match. I was like, my God. My God. Solo heal comps? I mean, I guess if everybody's on board, it could work. But if you're just trying to run that out, then yeah, I don't think it's going to work. You haven't dare stick your toe into ranked yet? Wait, why not? You need to mentally prepare yourself. Hop into ranked. The best way to play ranked is hopping in. You try to counter dive on support. It's obnoxious. I'm usually playing Cloak, so I've been doing really well with him in quick play. I might have Cyclops VOD for you in the future when I finally take him into ranked. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I added him to my Fire Strike squad, so he's definitely part of it. Feels like a reworked Iron Man. Yo, wait, that's a hot take. Holy. Wait. That's a hot take. A reworked Iron Man? Dude, you might be onto something. That's actually crazy. Y'all be coming up with some crazy stuff. I just be like, wait a second. What? Sometimes when I'm coaching you guys, we would have a conversation. And at first, especially if you're new, at first you guys are super serious. And then like as the time goes on, I kind of like open you guys up a little bit. And then you guys say some crazy stuff, and I'm like, bro, what? What? Yo, I'm gonna use that. Yeah, the torch buffs do seem really good. They do seem really good. I would have actually added them to my strike squad, but I didn't really want to fly this season. Mm-mm-mm. You want your review in stream instead of separate? You learn more. You learn from the separate one, but on stream it's more detailed. Yeah, on stream it's more broad. There's just a lot to talk about, but like in a video format, it's more direct, and it's like, okay, like this is specifically what you should be working on. You know, it's a lot less fluff, I guess, is to say it. But yeah, if we have time, we'll do it. As I said, I want to get through like the free ones first, and then if we have time, we'll do it. That way, you're not stepping on their toes. Although I should do it before Murray crash out on me. Yo, Murray about to unsubscribe. Unsubscribe, unfollow from all my platforms. Everybody, I done told you. All right, let's see. 5-star goon, don't what's up me. Use chill hop. Got on my last nerves. Actually, Lauren ban this guy. What's up, 5-star? This is a very strange game. That's a crazy transition. Okay, let's hop into let's hop into the replay. Let's hop into the replay. Okay, so this guy says we've done the review before. They're playing Penny, and this is where they thought that they didn't need to swap for the Venom and whatnot. We were talking about the nest and things like that. So this is another one from that player. And they said, I should change my name. They said, this is a very strange game. Open with Penny on Kunlun on defense. And, okay, where's Penny? Here it is. Open Penny on defense. And we were doing fairly well. But the enemy team switched to a 4 Vanguard comp and suddenly started steamrolling us. I switched to Punisher because, as far as I know, damage is accounted to tank comps, but it didn't seem to make a difference. I cannot pinpoint exactly how we failed to counter the 4 tank comp. Later on, they switched to 3 tank and 3 support. Was it because I was doing much as a Punisher? Or I wasn't doing much as a Punisher? For context, DPS is my worst role and I barely play it. But I'm not sure if the game was my fault entirely, and I thought I was doing a decent DPS job. By the way, you can ignore the second round of the game entirely. Our team was massively tilted, and we collectively decided to throw. I'm more concerned about the first round and why couldn't we counterplay them. So we actually had this problem in our viewer games. I don't remember who was on our team specifically. Was it Lauren? It was Lauren. I think it was Lauren. I think it was Amber. Oh, I'm drawing the blank. It was Nash. Come on, Poppin', get your memory there. I think it was. I can't remember. I think it was King Rome. No, was it? No, I don't think it was. I don't remember everybody, but I know for a fact we were there. And then I think mainly. Oh no, it was Gino. And then it was. Dang, who was the last person in that team? I don't remember. It'll come to me, I'm sure, if I keep thinking about it. But regardless, we had this same issue, and the issue is that you have to have like the right comp for certain things. Now, where's my pen at? I don't have my pen out, We're already failing, bro. Maybe chair stream is better. Maybe chair stream is better. This is actually something we don't talk about on this. We haven't talked about this ever. So it's kind of cool that it's brought up. And that is specific comps do specific things. And you know me, I'm not really a comp guy. I'm like, bro, play whatever you want. I don't care. But there are certain aspects where, or there's certain games where it's like, okay, you do need to think about what is actually happening in the match and what is better suited for it. It's very rare that this happens, but as you just said, you know, they ran triple tank, and it's like, bro, what do I do? Right? And then that is where you have to really think about, like, how do we make some stuff happen? Now, you're not wrong. Damage is a good counter, but like if you don't play DPS, you're not really doing anything, yeah? So it's not really a good idea to do that. So how do you identify kind of like what the issue is? Let's watch this out in its entirety. We're going to watch us lose this point, and then we're going to talk more about it, because this is an important concept for all roles, actually.
What I do may seem dangerous, but I've never
I'm going to turn my connection real quick, though.
4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Nine's in play. The Master Weaver is not going to be thrilled with me for jumping around realities.
In your guys' opinion, and girls, how do you guys go about, like, as we try to watch this fight, when you guys notice that you guys lose maybe 1 or 2 fights, if you guys can give me like one sentence, how do you guys go about trying to win the next one? Do you guys try to figure out what's wrong and then probably switch? Are you a switcher? Or you guys try to figure out what's wrong and like alter your gameplay? Do you guys just try to do the same thing again? Because sometimes you can't really even figure it out. Like when you guys run into a problem that's pretty heavy and it's causing you guys to kind of lose back to back, how do you guys deal with it? Like what are your guys' approach to it? I'm just curious. That's our question of the day. All right. Dang, when portals are like that, that's rough. Okay, that second part didn't really even matter, to be honest. You guys were gonna lose that fight anyway. Let's see, what even happened? Honestly, it wasn't a tank issue. Y'all just lost people. I mean, it is still a tank issue, but like, you guys lost the fight because you guys lost a couple of players at the start. Okay, let's get you KO'd again. Why do you guys like your crosshair tilted? Am I missing something? So is that the secret tech? Figure out what's causing the KOs. Counter swap is the last thing I want to do. I try to figure out what is causing the most issues. You don't swap either. Phase 1, identify the problem. Phase 2, adapt the playstyle. Phase 3, consider a character swap. Try to change my approach. I don't really switch much. Yeah, I don't think if I were to switch, it would probably be more on DPS than the other 2 roles. For the most part. Because I feel like you kind of have more of a job to do. Like a direct job to do as a DPS. And if you can't do that job, then if you have another one, you probably is best to go to that. It doesn't work all the time. It's just some DPS are so gated, you know? Like they're limited and they can't do a lot. Whereas tanks and supports are generally very flexible. They can kind of do a lot more with the characters that they have. Whereas DPS, they like make them to only be able to do one job. And if they can do more than that, they are really strong. So I just experiment. I do risky stuff to experiment what works, what doesn't. And if it works, I keep doing it. And if it doesn't, I stop and do something else. Valid. Barely swap. Yeah, I don't really think people should be swapping all the time. Because they just get into a situation kind of like this where they were like, well, I swapped the Punisher and we still lost. Well, that's why you don't swap. Because you don't really know if it was the fact that you swapped to Punisher, which you don't play, or if it was something else. So in this one, we have to identify a few things, right? Before we got that Moon Knight swap, we were playing no more. You don't necessarily need more damage. You need more consistent damage. So the game is kind of broken up in these categories. Okay. So if you are a tank, I don't know where I want to put this. We'll just put it here. Why is that so small? I wish you could be bigger. If you are a tank, generally speaking, you have burst shields, right? You have sustain reduction, and then some heroes have both. Can you guys give me an example of a tank that has burst shielding, something that can take an incredible amount of damage, but then they're kind of like stuck after that? A sustain reduction, something where it's like you could kind of just survive for a while because your kit has that built in. And then a character that could have both, where they could negate a lot of damage, but they also have the ability to, shield it if they need to. Burst shields mag, okay. Let's put that down. A burst shield is mag. Do you think Strange is a burst shield or a sustain reduction? Because honestly, when you guys have these really, really hard games, this is how you dissect what's the problem. And when you do that, that is when the game becomes a lot easier. So Doctor Strange is more of a sustain reduction. It's not a burst shield reduction, right? But he can block damage. So you're kind of on the right spot. Like that is a character that can do both. He can block a lot of damage at once, but he's also very good at sustaining the damage should he need to. It's both. He's a really good character. That's why I think he's just a very good all-round hero in general, even though a lot of people give him flat. The character is actually really, really, really strong. You guys think Thor is a sustain reduction? Yeah, I give you that. I mean, depending on how much he charges at once, he could probably block a lot. But if you can pop this guy, he will take a lot of damage. And if you can continue to pop this guy, he will continue to lose all his HP. So yeah, you can say Thor. Thor is a little bit of both, but he's more sustained than burst. But he is kind of a little bit of both. So that's what we have, right? Now let's do the same thing. Because if you think about it, DPS is the same way. Right? And you guys probably have a way easier time doing DPS than any other role. So burst damage, what DPS has burst damage, what DPS has sustained damage, and what DPS has both. I have the ability to do both. What are you guys thinking? Emma is definitely both. Yeah, she can do both. She can block with her diamond form, and then on top of that, she can use her shield to kind of have that sustained reduction. Or she can interchange them. Honestly, you can use the sustained reduction with your diamond form, and then you can just block burst with the shield. Like you got a lot. You got a lot there, actually. Human Torch for sustain, Star-Lord for burst. No. BP for burst. Okay. Gene for burst? Not necessarily. So you see kind of how um you guys are kind of like struggling with it. And that's normal because it's nobody really thinks about the game this way. But when you think about the game this way, and then you compile it into all 6 players and what you need, it's very easy. It's very easy for you to figure out what you need. And I don't generally play like this, and if I do, I don't talk about it. That's just why I said I think this is something good to talk about, because I don't do it. You guys will see me play, but I don't actually ever say anything. I just do it if I need to. So burst damage is more something like I'm drawing a blank because I don't remember the roster. That's sad. Yeah, honestly, don't remember the roster. I'm trolling. What you guys said is like, oh snap! What? That's how you do that, brothers and sisters. Dude, that's crazy. I learned something new today on accident. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Anyway. Jesus. That threw me way off. That threw me way off. Hold up. Chat, we're really screwed. I done lost my whole thought process of it. I didn't know you could do that. I've had this thing for years, chat. Like, I coached League of Legends. Like, years, chat. I did not know that's how you do that. That's crazy. Actually crazy. Okay. So, a hero that is pretty burst damage heavy is something like Black Widow. You might be thinking, Poppin, you know, that doesn't really make much sense because she can continue to shoot. And you also might be like, Poppin, that makes a lot of sense because if she doesn't get headshots, she doesn't do a lot of damage. And both are kind of correct and both are kind of incorrect. The reason why she is considered burst damage is because she is a character that can only... It is a character that could sometimes not be able to put out damage anymore. Okay? So when we think about a burst damage character, it's a character that sometimes can't do damage anymore. We're talking about Black Widow. We're talking about Spider-Man, right? You sometimes can't do damage anymore. Not necessarily because the character sucks. It's just your damage is inconsistent. Therefore, it's more burst heavy because it's based off of windows and opportunity rather than it actually is based off just clicking buttons. Does that make sense? Whereas the opposite is a character that it doesn't really matter how you press the buttons, and when you press the buttons, you're always contributing damage-wise. And the easiest one is obviously Namor, right? The easiest sustained hero is like Namor. He is always doing damage. It does not matter how he does it. There is no window to that character. Punisher's another one, right? Moon Knight's another one, right? Jean is another one. And you might be thinking, well, like Poppin, Moon Knight one-shots. Jean one-shots too. Why are they not considered sustained? And then as to Lauren's point, well, Hela is sustained damage, right? She can actually one-shot too. So a lot of the characters can do both, believe it or not. A lot of the characters are pretty much both. And those are typically the strong heroes. Another burst damage is like Hawkeye. It's when your damage is just inconsistent. So for this one, you could say like Jean, right? You could say Moon Knight, right? These are characters where you could kind of just have sustained uptime, and should you have an opportunity to one-bang somebody, you can. When we're talking about sustained damage, this is more like Mr. Fantastic. Right? This is a character like you're not designed to burst, but you can sit there and do damage all day. Is what it is. Another one is Wolf. You're not really designed to burst. You're just kind of sitting there waiting for an opportunity to make something happen. Yeah, Squirrel Girl is another one. You're not really designed to burst. You're just sitting there popping stuff out. Like, and when you can identify this type of stuff, you can play into it a lot easier. Okay? This is typically why I never swap off of that's bull. I do swap. But this is typically why when I tell you guys I swap from one strat to another, or I play Cap a different way. If I don't want to swap off of him, I play him a different way because it's based off the team comp that they have. I have to then play differently based off of this. This is basically what's going on in my head when I'm reading a team, right? And then the last one, real quick here, and we'll get back to the replay. Is strats. It's confusing. It seems confusing, but once you get it, because you'll play and you'll understand, because you'll start thinking about it that way. It is a weird way to think, but it helps a lot. Same thing here. Burst heals, right? And some of you guys that have coaching with me, we talked about this already. Sustained heals. All right, and then you got both. So what do you guys think is a burst healer? What do you guys think is a sustained healer? And what do you guys think are both in that regard? C and D is burst. Adam is burst. Luna and Viz is burst. Luna and Viz Loki. Okay. Okay. So burst healers are healers that, think about it. What happens with a burst damage dealer? What happens with a burst shielder? So if that is the case, rethink what you guys just typed. Do they actually fall into that category? If the thought of burst is I do something and I can't really do it anymore, some of the things that you guys wrote down aren't considered burst, right? Because they could probably be both. Some of the burst healers are correct. It's something like Adam Warlock. The guy can't really play the heal game anymore after he's done healing, right? There's not anything left. He's done. He has to wait to get it back. That is the pattern here. Is that if it's a burst anything, they can only do it once and they have to wait until they get it back. This is also what leads players to bait cooldowns. Because when you bait the cooldown, and if it's a very important cooldown, they have nothing left for the fight, right? If we think about sustain healers, these are healers that can constantly pop out the healing. And so this is where we're talking about Rocket. There's not really a stopping point. They will always heal. It does not matter how the game functions. It's the same thing with like Ultron. You don't stop. Now, you are saying like Cloak and Dagger or Invis, they are both. So Cloak and Dagger has a bubble, which is a good heal, but she also has the curtain and her primary attacks heal. She's not healless, she just does less, right? Invis is the same thing. It's not like she can't heal anymore. It's just if she has to reload, she does less with the shield, but she actually still has really consistent healing. She's like Rocket, but just like on steroids. So that is also another one. Now, when we think about this and we look at this little list that we have, right? The question of this player was that, well, there's 4 tanks and we're getting run down. And I thought that we needed more damage to be able to deal with it. Categorize these 4 tanks and let me know, do you think it's a good idea for us to go another DPS to solve the problem? Or do you feel like we could play differently? Or do you feel like we could play a different tank? This one's hard. If you don't have to answer this one if you don't want to. But I just really want to get you guys' brains turning. Especially if you're trying to be a high ranked player, you kind of you don't have to know it all, but you have to have a basic understanding of some of this stuff if you truly want to get there. Because you have to alter your gameplay, or if you're a switcher, you have to know why you're switching. If you are someone who's trying to ask your teammate switch, you need to have the correct advice to ask them to swap. So based off what we have, how would you like? What changes would you make to our team? Remember, we're playing pinning. based off what we have, what changes are we going to make to our team? Right? We have Groot, which is a more of a sustain reduction tank. You have Hulk, which is more of a burst shield. You have the Thing, which is a sustain reduction, and you have Thor, which is a sustain reduction. So if there's a lot of sustain reduction tanks, what beats that? And if that's the case, do we have what beats that? And then that will be your answer on should we be swapping to a different character or should or not. You know what I mean? So you would need more sustained damage DPS to fight the team. We'll see. Play a different way. I think because you could try other stuff before I swap to a different tank if it was me. You also have to factor in your team too, though. I would swap to a different tank though before I swap to a different role. But in this context, you have Penny, which is like a burst damage, right? You have Emma, which is a burst damage too. You have Moon Knight, which we factored in as kind of both. And then we have Spider-Man, which is a burst damage dealer. They have tanks that can sustain, and they also have healers that can burst heal. So, based off of this, our answer should be both, right? We should get a character that could do both, because you need to be able to one-shot when you can. Otherwise, you need to make sure that you can compete with them just rolling us down. Characters like this is like Emma. That is a very good burst / sustained damage character. Strange, very good burst / sustained damage character. Also, Spider-Man would need to swap because there's not enough damage coming from that character to even do anything. In terms of our strats, I think they're fine. Do we need more damage? Not necessarily, not right now. But we do need the ability to be able to counteract it. Now, dealing with 4 tanks, you're also in a scenario where they could just kind of walk at you. So that then has another issue, right? Not only do we need to factor in, well, we need that type of damage we need to deal with, but we also need to factor in, how do we stop these fools from walking like into us? And how do we just chill? How do we stop them? And that's another problem, right? This is problems compounding on problems, compounding on problems. In that regard, you will then need either tanks that are very good at that, or you would need very heavy sustained damage and healing to survive their sustained damage. Does that make sense? Based off what we have, that is not enough healing to survive 4 tanks, especially if a Groot walls off. So we would need to figure out a way to play into 4 tanks, stopping them from moving, or at least being able to survive, while also being able to sustain through their damage. So, and I know it seems kind of confusing, but trust, we'll walk through it. So, the issue that we're going in right now is that there's a lot of pressure. Oh my God, they're just running at us. There's 4 of them running at us. There's a lot of pressure. We can't stop them. They're pressuring us. The other issue is that there's a lot of sustained damage. They don't have a lot of burst damage, but they have a lot of like sustained damage. They'll just sit on you and punch you and sustain damage. Right? At this point, how do we counteract that? It's not going to be with pinning, because again, they'll just push you. It's not going to be with Emma. They'll just push you. This is one of those situations where you're going to have to play a character that can kind of either split them up or stop their push. And when you talk about characters that are on tank, and we're not gonna like break this down into DPS and strat because it's just too much. When we're talking about characters that can split up or just like stop them, what characters do you guys think that is as a tank? What characters are very good at splitting people up or very good at taking their attention so that they cannot continue to force as 4. We already established it's not Penny. Penny will get run over. We already established it's not Emma. Emma will get run over. Group, that's a good one. Yeah, Group can stop them because he will split them up. And that is all you need to make it so that it's an advantage for you. Not DPS, not DPS. We're just only strictly talking about tanks because I don't want to get too deep into it. Yep, Cap is a very good one. Cap will make it so that, like, you want to bum rush my team, especially when it's defense, I can just sit on cart. What's going to happen is you're not going to have heals anymore because your strats are dealing with me on cart, or you guys have to send some people to deal with me. Right? Venom's another one. You can do the same exact thing. Right? Thor's another one. Same exact thing. Right? The goal isn't to... You have to understand sometimes when they whip out some weird comps like this, the goal isn't to actually get KOs. The goal is to win the match. And if you can win the match without getting KOs, you should do that. That's actually how every match goes. But in a match where you really can't get KOs, your other thought should be, well, how can we take objective? Like, how do we win the objective part? And when you think about it like that, you start having more solutions. You don't want to be tunneled into how do we get the kills onto the tanks. Because your comp says I can't do that. If you're playing solo, you're not on comms, nobody's working with you. How do you... Is it more successful for you to think of it that way on how do we win the objective? Or is it more successful as a tank player that is probably playing solo, thinking about what tank should I play or what DPS should I play to solo KO all 4 of them? This is why I tell you guys not to swap. Unless you truly have to swap. Because a lot of the issues you guys are running into has nothing to do with the role that you're playing. It's more or less how you're playing the game in general. Rogue is a very good one as well. Yeah, that would be one too. That'd be one too. So let's see how this game plays out. And let's see what happens. So we already established we don't have enough damage for the tanks. We already established we don't have enough stopping power for the tanks. So the only other option is going to be, we need to make sure that they can't play together. If they can't play together, that's less of a problem for us, and it's a typical game. So let's see. I will say, this is a good spot for Penny. I mean, I wouldn't hold this close. I wouldn't hold this close for the simple fact that they can run you down. If you're playing Penny, you have to realize that whenever you get run down, you lost. The character is good when she doesn't get run over. If you're too far forward, you're going to get run over and then she's helpless. So the best thing you do is you space yourself out with webs. The web is your space maker. The web is your primary fire. Okay, think about Magneto. If this guy can reach 3 blocks downtown, why is this guy in melee range? That's Penny. You have a nest that can literally reach for you. That's where the nest should be, and then you should be here. And should you get pushed back, you walk back. But if you put yourself too close, you're going to get run over. They're going to just destroy everything. All the mines are going to get exploded, and then you're just going to be stuck.
I am ready to put on a show.
And you don't want to end up in that situation. I don't know if you had to ult that. I think you were chilling. Yeah, I don't think you had to ult that.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, keep backing up. So you can kind of see the plan in action. Look. You can kind of see what I was talking about in action. Okay? How do we stop them? We either have to split them up, or we have to make it so that they're not fighting us forward. Wait, are you pre-made? Bro, chat, is this Carrie? Nah, that's not Carrie. No, that's not Carrie. Surely that's not Carrie. She doesn't play Emma. No, wait. Nah, that's not Carrie. That ain't, nah. That ain't Carrie. There's no way that's Carrie. She doesn't play Emma. Surely. Surely that's not carry. It looks like it though. Okay. Anyway, you see what happens? They just do it themselves. They split themselves off, which makes this problem much easier to deal with. And it's indirect. They're not really doing it on purpose. They're still split, right? The Moon Knight ult is dropping, splitting their team. Then we have the barrier coming up. We have the shield coming up. And now they're going in 1 by 1. And now, you know, they're not as 4. They're not getting run over. They have to back up. That's how that works. So you can see the concept is there. It's just, you have to understand when you're doing something right and when you're not. And this is, again, why I tell you guys to be very careful about swapping. Because you pulled it off there, but we don't know why we pulled it off there. Now, honestly, just because this location is very hard to push as those heroes. But it's still something to think about. You really got to start connecting your nest with your webs. How I would do this is I would think about like how they're entering. They're going to come through there. They're going to come through there. They're going to come through here. Right? So if you just put this here, and then you can even put like maybe one back here. Because a lot of players will try to peek and go like this. You could try to put, I mean, you can't really stretch it that far, but you could try to put one like right here. So that way they have to go a long ways. And then if you can shoot them because they don't have any cover, it's a little bit easier for you because they're further away from the wall. You can even put one up here. So that way, if they try to look down, they can't because, you know, it's here. Meaning that they have to go look to the left instead. You probably play like right here. A little bit more in the open than they would be right here. So just in an example. Honestly, though, if anything, I would just like to see you spread it out here. That way they have to walk through the entire minefield. And again, it splits them up. Because that's the main goal. Bro, your Emma's trolling. Your Emma is crazy.
I am ready to put on a show. This is gonna hurt.
So remember, you can't walk up because if you get run over as Penny, you are cooked. I know it feels like, well, my team is pushing up, so I think it's best that I push up too. You're playing Penny. You have a win condition, and that is camping. You can't play like that. And when this happens, then you're stuck. Because then you get run over. Why did this position work for us? Because it split them up. Only one tank would jump through here, or maybe one tank would go over, maybe two, but the rest are scared to walk through, like Groot. Which means that you can have the fight with the other two tanks, or three, depending on which one. Well, Thing has a really hard time getting through it too. You have a fight with the other two tanks as they're struggling to push through. But because we overextended, we let them come as a unit and shove us all down. You got to let your team know not to do it by just pinging them back and play to your strengths. Penny's strengths is never to push up. It's to just always be able to fall back further and further, making it very difficult for your team to deal with you. Or for their team to deal with you. This wasn't a we need more damage problem. It was just a bad fight. Now we're going into 3 DPS, which means that you have to try to somehow stop 4 tanks on versus 1. It's not happening. You don't need to run over. It's not a damage issue at all. You're just gonna get run over. 4 tanks are just impressive, but they don't really do a lot of damage. So this is why it's important to either split them up or at least split their attention. Punisher does neither. He only has sustained damage unless you get close to it with the shotgun, and they have a lot of sustained healing and sustained reduction on their tanks. So they also have shielding, right? They have the Hulk shield for the burst shield, for the burst shielding. It's just, it wasn't a good choice to swap. Not to this. Also, keep in mind, just because you swap doesn't mean you actually can win the match. Just because you stayed on Penny doesn't mean you win the match. But like, it's about understanding the game. If you keep swapping the characters that you think are better and you don't actually play the characters, you're not learning anything. And this is why I don't really like swapping. Like, I don't really like telling people to swap unless they have a backup character that they know well and there's a specific reason. So as an example, if it's like, oh, I play Penny and I also play, I don't know, what's a good one? Play Mag, right? I only play Penny and Mag. Well, you have a specific reason to swap between the two, right? But if you're like, well, I play Penny and then I wanted to swap to Angela because I felt like, why though? Like, it doesn't make sense because you don't play them.
Only 60 seconds left.
Is that a bad spot to hold in general? I was thinking you could play further back. Where they were? No, that was a fine spot. Going around that corner is fine. Angela can skewer multiple and ult them off the cart. That is true. Jeff can also ult them off the cart. That is true. But with Jeff, you're relying on just getting an ultimate to do it. Angela can play a little bit more aggressively, you know? Granted, the team comp is pretty bad into Angela. Or pretty good into Angela, I mean. Their team comp is.
Don't give them another inch.
Running 5 flying, 80 carry, and 1 Ultron would demolish tanks. I mean, maybe on paper. But I do think that a flying character would be good into that team because they don't really have a lot of people to deal with flying. So you could probably go like Storm or something like that. Ultron, again, would be a good one because you don't need a lot of burst healing, just sustain. And then you could probably go Angela. Again, something like Cap or, you know, these characters that are very mobile, very hard to hit because they don't really have a lot of characters that are good at it. They just have a lot of brute force. So yeah, in conclusion, because I know you don't want me to look at the other round because you said like your team was tilted. In conclusion, it would have been better for you to stay Penny. Because the issue wasn't the character, it was just how you guys are playing. It could say, Papa, you said, you know, you should swap to like Cap or something like that. Well, if they don't play that, then, you know, that's not really something they can do. You could still do your best to separate the team with Penny. And what you would do is you would try to flank more. Penny is very hard to deal with. Doesn't matter what character you are. She's irritating. And so what you would do in this situation, if you were playing Penny, is you would try to flank more. You would try to do the separation thing that we talked about and make it so that they have to deal with you. Emma has to solo tank, but it's easier for her to solo tank into 2 tanks if needed rather than 4. And so what you would do is you would do some crazy stuff like, let's just say before they got here, is you would come up here and play here. Right? And as they are pushing through, you can mess with them. You can web, you can, you know, put the mines and mess with the backline. They have 2 characters that can't really get you. And the characters that can get you, you should be able to 1v1. Oops, not that character. This character. You should be able to 1v1. And if they both jump at you, it sucks, but your team should be able to win the fight. You know? And this is the type of stuff that you do once you are confident with the character that you play. But if you always swap, you don't learn those intricacies. You don't learn how to do some crazy stuff to win matches. This is why a lot of the time when you guys see me play Cap, and I might do some outlandish stuff, but it works. It's because I just know him so much. I know the trial and errors. I know what he can and can't do. And so when you guys see me do some crazy stuff that is just like weird, but I need to do it for that match, it works out. Because I already know, I've been there before. In this scenario, if you knew how to flank with Penny, maybe you do, I'm not saying you don't. If you knew how to do that with this character, this would be the time to do it. Because you need to make sure that you split them up somehow, or you make sure that you divert their attention. And you can do both with Penny. So, it's kind of weird, I know. And this is one of those situations where you probably would lose anyway, just because there's 4 tanks and people struggle with it. But the solution wasn't swapping. More often than not, the solution is never swapping. More often than not. There are some times where you need to, but you guys see that I win a lot of games without swapping. And that is because you don't really need to all the time. You don't really need to all the time. Anybody have any questions about that, by the way? That was a very, like, crazy, long-winded freaking VOD review there. That was a crazy one. But we don't really talk about that. And obviously, if I spoke on it more often, you guys would probably have an easier understanding of it, because I know it was kind of weird and wonky and stuff, but I just never speak on it on my channel. Like, that was the first time I've ever talked about anything like that. So, thinking how many times I've seen people tell others to swap to a blank character to counter is annoying. Like, it doesn't matter, especially if you can't play them. Yeah, if you can't play them, you're not going to be able to do well. It doesn't make much sense to swap. When I said that was when they was in the chokehold near the first point. Oh, yeah, that was a bad spot to hold. They literally walked into their spawn. They just had to get walked over. It wasn't a good idea. What's up, Dead Walker? Hello, hello. All right. Also, Rando, hello. Hopping into the next one here. This is the second game from Voltorge from last week. I don't usually play DPS, but my hero pool I am focused on includes Star-Lord and Bucky as my DPS. If any of these Ego VODs, blah, 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 blah. I got you, I got you. You didn't really give me a lot of context here, though. So we're going to skip this one. You got to give me a little bit more context. But I do notice that you sent another one today, Voltorge. So we can look at that one. This one is... I currently play Torch at gold plat level, and he's fun. I would love to rank up with him. I was on my third account trying to learn Torch. I would appreciate any feedback you have. This was a close game. I also listened when you said not to play my main when I'm on a Smurf account, so I made my third account and it's primarily to learn DPS, mostly Torch. Also, my aim kind of sucks as I'm not used to his aim. His aim is really weird now because you can fly in at high speeds and shoot at the same time, which is also weird. It's projectile, but feels weirder than Bucky's aim. Yo, fair. Yo, fair. You're not Voltorge? Are you sure? Are you sure? I think you might be. I think you're lying. Yeah, let's say the comp was like 3 divers. Would you as Cat focus support or one of the DPS divers that KOs your team? You would focus whichever one is the better opening. So the thing about Cap and like Angela and characters like Hulk, you scan as you move around. And when you see an opportunity, that's when you go for one. You don't want to think about dive as I see a specific target and I go for that specific target unless you're coordinated, like with your team, and you guys call it out and you guys go together. But I play solo, so I can't hear what they say, and I don't specifically know what they're focusing unless I see it with my own eyes. So a lot of me repositioning and jumping around and all that, that's my scan moment. And when I spot something, that's when I go. So I can't really give you a specific, I go for this target all the time, because sometimes I'll see the tank out of position, and then I'll just jump on the tank, and we just fight the tank. You know, sometimes I'll see the back line, on the back line. It just depends on that, and on the context there. That's what it depends on. All right. So you'd be shot down like instantly. This one, I'm gonna speak about this as like it's a higher ranked game. I know you're on an alt account, but I'm not gonna let that sway how I'm gonna talk about him, especially because your goal is to get to higher ranks with this character and be able to play them at that rank, correct? So it's pointless for me to be like, in gold. I don't really like helping people like that. 203 edits, what's up? So we are going to focus on it like it's actually your main goal is to get to the higher ranks. So you would get shot out. You would easily get shot. Chat, whenever you play DPS or strat, you got to think about the game like this. Okay? And you guys have probably seen me talk about this before. The tank is how much room you have to play. Okay? Their tank is how much room they have to play. Right? So this is all your stuff. This is all their stuff. This right here in the middle is what you're fighting for. This is neutral. As you win the neutral, your team can then continue to pressure. Right? Then that opens up more space for you to play, and that's when you can go around and start doing stuff. But if your tank hasn't given you the space yet, you're going to get shot down. You're going to get KO'd. You're going to get tracked. You're going to get all that. So it's important for you guys to let the tank play first and then play around whatever space they give you. If you guys are used to fighting games, how does it work? Both fighters start neutral. And if you are against a rushdown character and they're not, like they're not playing one, if they can manage to break you, they're going to shove you into the corner, correct? And you have to wait. So, in this same context, if we can win the neutral as a DPS and strat, if you can help your team win the neutral, you're forcing the enemy team to start going in the corner and blocking. This allows you to gain more space and walk forward. The more you make them block, the more space you have to play. Eventually, you will win the fight. Find a pick. However, sometimes the enemy team is not going to let you do that. And so they might start blocking, and then they'll wait for you an opening and then start punching you back, and then you have to start blocking. And then you have to start retreating and waiting. That's what neutral's like. When you try to force it, that's when people get KO'd. The higher you go, the more slow you have to play about it, right? Because obviously one pick is over. So in higher ranks, this process is extremely slow. You have, especially like top 500, you have fights that last. You probably see even pro play. Pro play has long fights, bro. In neutral, them fools be fighting for ages. It's like that in higher ranks too. Not that long. That's ridiculous. But in top 500, you do have games where you are neutral for like 40 seconds to a minute, man. Just chilling. Tanks chilling, throwing out stuff. DPS trying to throw some stuff out. Strats throwing some stuff out. And you waiting because nobody's moving. But as soon as someone messes up, get hit with that sweep kick, oh, they're about to run you down. That's what you're waiting for as a tank. That's what you're waiting for as a DPS. That's what you're waiting for as a strategist. You're waiting for that opening to be able to capitalize on it. And there's some characters that are really good at it and some characters that are really bad at it. Human Torch, he can kind of do it, but he puts himself in danger. But he can win neutral by just having a lot of poke damage. It's free damage. It's free real estate. So that's what you rely on whenever you're doing your gameplay as Human Torch. You're not looking for KOs. You're just looking to try to help your team win the neutral through your sustained damage, through your poke damage. So you're going to see, how can we make them start blocking? How can we make them start retreating? How can we make them start, being scared? And at that point, you think about it this way. Maybe you start focusing the back line, and then you see that he's really low. So you could say, well, I can just put all my damage into this guy and maybe get the KO. That is true. Maybe I can go on this guy, or these two get the KO. Maybe. Now, if your tank is low, you strat players, if your tank is low, and you're low, who takes priority? All my beautiful, wonderful strat players. Who takes priority if the tank is low and the strat is low? Yourself. F the tanks. The other strat. What's up, Covenant? Hello. The strat? Yeah, the strat's gonna take prio. This is why a lot of the times when you see Cloak and Daggers get hit, they like bubble themselves. This is what leads to baiting cooldowns. You go on them to force them to use things on them so they don't have it on the tank. This guy overextended like crazy. This is the moment where they got hit with a sweep kick. Now they're in the air, right? They're ready to be juggled. Let's say it's Tekken, you know. They're ready to be juggled. They're in the air. You as a DPS capitalize on this. How do you do that? Damage your support. Because what's going to happen is he's not going to have any HP. It wouldn't be the KO because you're not really a character that does that. I mean, you can if you dive, like if you go bow, right? But like at the end of the day, Human Torch is very sustain heavy. He doesn't really actually secure him by itself. He helps his team get them low enough to secure. He's a helper DPS, like Storm. So you get them low in the back, and they have to focus on healing the back while the tank is getting low. And this is what leads to tanks feeling like, my strats suck. They're never helping me. I feel like I don't ever get healed. Well, if you go when your strats need to heal themselves, they don't have enough resources for you. And this then backtracks to Marvel Rivals is a resource management game. If you need HP and I don't have the resources to give you that HP, guess who gets KO'd? So instead of making your job so difficult as a DPS, just wait a second, let the game play out a little bit, and capitalize on what the game gives you. That goes for all roles, really. But this is why I said it's important to learn this, because once you get to high ranks, that's what you're doing. You can't just force it. You can't force it. And that's why when people smurf, it looks a lot more exciting than when they do play in high ranks, because like you don't play like that. You don't get all these crazy, flashy, insane things, because that's not how high rank works. It's a really boring, wait until something happens type of game, and it's a lot of poke, a lot of throwing some random stuff out. So, he should be playing near that rock pillar. He should just be playing with his team. He was just chilling. Like that. Boop. And as he sees that, toss some flames back there. And if he gets low enough, toss something down there and dive. You don't really need to make a lot of work for yourself when you're playing Human Torch. I know like Human Torch seems super crazy because he if it's played by a really good player, he looks insane. But you got to be smart about it. Like even right there, like you didn't even notice that this guy was taking a lot of damage. But you're looking for like a flank opportunity for no reason. You know? It's unnecessary. You didn't touch him, so you can't see him. It's like you're trying to force plays when the character's not really designed to do that unless he gets an opening. And again, we talked about the same thing where you have to let your tank kind of give you the space to play. You're overextending a little bit. And again, should people be good, they will shoot you down. You just got to play with the team a little bit more. Again, you're smurfing. So you feel like you can probably do a little bit more and get away with it, which is fine. You're here to make mistakes. But that concept should still remain the same. It doesn't matter what rank you're in. You need to make sure that you're allowing your team to give you that room. Because now look, once you have the room, you're able to play and move around and be free. But you have to let him give you that room. Like every tank minus dive tanks? That's toxic. The thing is, people just don't realize it, you know? People just don't realize that's what's happening. Again, be careful, right? If you think about that line, that's how it's played. You don't want to overextend past it. You got to play with what they gave you. You can still move forward, but I just want you to think about, I just want you to get good at the basics. And the basic foundation of playing DPS and strat is to not really walk past the tank. Once you become more comfortable, once you become better, that's when you start doing things like that. But you still have to get the basic part down pat, because the fundamentals are what's going to carry you, not the random things that you can pull off. So I would like you to use your abilities more to zone than damage. A lot of your abilities usage at the start is just like trying to do damage, but use your stuff to zone. Not just your wall. Obviously that's the zone tool, but like use your fire to zone. Think about it this way. You see Jeff here and Squirrel Girl here, right? Imagine they're playing to this wall. Well, if you throw the fire here, they can't play to the wall. This is just an example. Obviously, they won't be that close in this particular location, but he's very good at denying and contesting angles. If you try to hug something or be at a corner, he'll just pop some fireballs at you, and you can't really sit there for a while. His kit is very flexible, and you have to just use it that way. Not just for things.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I see you try to get a little spicy. If you're gonna slam, try to give you at least one flame thing down. Don't just slam on nothing like that. You did it a few times this game. I mean, I guess you kind of did. It looked like you were going for her rather than the dot. I mean, I'm sure you know, but just be a little bit more consistent with it. Like, okay, this is a prime example. You see how you're just like fighting? Zone them off. Put your fire there. Put your fire there, and then primary fire these guys. Zone them off. If they walk over, they have to walk over the fire, and if people that are trying to fight you and peek around that corner, they can't because the fire is blocking them. Zone them off. It's not just damage. Zone them off. When I do flank, when do I want to flank? Like, how do I know when I can flank safely? It's generally when your team gives you enough space to work with. So it's the same concept, it's just you're not near the tank. So let's say you're trying to flank right here, right? And do this. But technically, if your team is chilling right there, the line is still where you are, right? So you can play here. Now, if your team is way over there and you're trying to flank like that, you don't really have a lot of space, which means that you could probably get taken out. You don't want to end up in a situation where they can all focus you without having to deal with you too. You are really on it. You are really on it. Also, you only need to flank when you have to. Flanking is more of a strategy than a play style. So, whenever you're going to flank, you have to have like a reason. Oh, we can't push for some reason, or oh, our team is getting KO'd by that sniper, so I have to go flank and, you know, deal with them. Like, that's what you're flanking for. If you could just push for free, push for free. You don't need to force it. I know it's fun. You don't need to force it. You see, you're just chilling, playing with your team. That's all it is. You get a lot accomplished doing that. You don't need to flank. I would like you to also stack your balls. I don't know what they're called, the plasma or the fireballs. Stack them and then slam. I'm pretty sure 2 of them KOs a target, or at least gets them very low. Don't always use that, but if you're trying to secure a KO, toss 2. This game was before the buffs? That's fine. I don't think the buffs would change how you play. Again, use your abilities to zone. You're trying to put the fire on the ground, but when people open a portal, what usually happens? Does everyone jump through it? Or do you have strats kind of like trying to heal through the portal and DPS trying to damage through the portal? So throw the fireballs in the portal and use that as a zone tool. Like, I want you to actually use it as a means to stop people from doing something, not as a damage tool. It can be used as both, but you really got to get in the habit of using that ability to zone. It's so free. It's like free poke damage. Look, she's chilling. She's chilling for free. Put the fireball in there. Put the fireball in there. Also, I don't even think he's near his portal, his spawn. So if she gets low, she has to like walk over here and get healed, and then she has to go back. You gotta think a little bit more strategically. DPS isn't just well, some of them are. But DPS isn't really just like pump the damage and you win. You have to put the damage in the right spots. You have to put the abilities in the right spots. You know what I mean? But obviously, you're still getting used to playing the character, so I'm not I'm not knocking you too bad. But a lot of what you're doing is just I'm trying to pump damage out and get KOs, and that's not really how he works. You got to play a different character for that.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
For the balls, plus linking up the balls, slam, Lucy and Dean Viz ult, and Luna if she has no overshield. Those are very situational, and I wouldn't try to do things like that. I would just try to be consistent. Consistency is way better than the inconsistency. Because you can always improve on consistent gameplay. You can't really improve on gameplay that's not consistent, you know? So, I don't really think you had to be here. And you also slammed without your fireballs, which we talked about already in the previous... and like a few minutes ago. Because you could have had that, but I also don't think you should have been there in the first place. You don't really have a reason to flank. You're just kind of doing it to do it. There's not really... like, there's nothing to flank, basically. Just because you're behind the target doesn't mean you have a better chance of winning. You know? I know you usually play strat, but like, why do you flank so much? What is your logic? All DPS players, because I notice a lot of y'all have this habit. Why do you guys flank so much? Like, why do you guys feel like if I'm behind them and I'm sneaky, I'll win more fights than if I do the same damage in front of them? There's the, like, what's the thought process there? I need tips on more hella MVP. Land all your shots. No? I said hello, hello. Hope you're doing good today. Guys, pretty much just the same. It's like you're forcing flanks. You don't really have to. You're chilling. Just play with your team. Is it just boring? Is it boring not to flank? Maybe that's what it is. You used to think DPS was the easiest role? It's the easiest role to climb with. Because you have a lot of impact. I don't really think a role is specifically easier. I mean, I guess it'd be strat, for obvious reasons. But to climb with is not. To climb with, it's the easiest role to climb with is DPS, without a doubt. This is why a lot of people who smurf play DPS.
Final score: 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, mainly here, I would like to see you just have better ability usage. And I would like you to stop flanking. You got to use it as a strategy, not necessarily something that you do all the time. I don't think that you're doing anything bad. I just think that you're uncomfortable and you're not familiar with the tools that you're given. So once you get more familiar, you'll be all right. But I do want you to stop flanking so much. And I want you to be more thoughtful about how you use your abilities. And that'll just iron out your gameplay tremendously. You see what I mean by my aim sucks? Hey, not everybody's batting 1,000 each game. Even players with really good aim still miss. I actually played with when I play on PC. I mean, there's more known players on PC than there is on console for obvious reasons. I think PC players should stream the game more and make more content. And I've run into them quite a bit, and the most recent one I've run into was Zaza. She was playing Widow, and I was playing Cap. And as I tell you guys, I actually enjoy playing with Widows when I play Cap. It's fun. That game she wasn't batting 1,000. It wasn't saying that she played bad or anything, but there's some games where even players that have a lot of hours on characters that require aim, they still have games where they miss. It's just inconsistency sometimes. And it could be down to just the enemy team's comp, how they move, how if they're tired, if the person is tired. You know, not everybody bats 1,000. So it's not about having really good aim. It's about having consistent aim, which is what she's good at. She's good at being consistent, not always landing her shots. So the shots that matter, she'll hit, and the shots that don't matter, she won't. You know? And then sometimes she does if she, you know, is on fire. But most of the time, she will land the shots that kind of matter. Another player we ran into, I don't know this dude's name, but he's like a Black Panther player. Again, player not batting 1,000. But what he does do is the consistent. The easy, consistent, foundational gameplay is what he'll get right all the time. The stuff that isn't foundations, he'll mess up. We ran into the Spider-Man player. Same thing. It's about being consistent with what you know. And then the little crazy stuff that you do that could be a hit or miss, that's what you do every now and then. So don't think that your aim is bad. What you're doing is you're having yourself in really hard situations to have to aim. And then you're saying, well, I'm struggling to aim. You're making it harder on you by being where you are. Aiming is easy when you don't make it the aim difficult. Hella players will say, you know, I'm inconsistent with my aiming. But then you see the hella try to shoot up. You see the hella try to fight melee range. You see the hella just doing these random like things that makes it hard for them to hit shots. Whereas the hella that shoots down, the hella that gets on the same level as the flyer, the hella that waits for the target to do something and then shoot after because they can't move anymore, it seems like their shots are on point. No, they just set themselves up for easier shots. That's literally all it is. And so this is why I always say, when people say, well, I don't know how you play console, I don't know how you play controller on PC, you're at a disadvantage. No, I know exactly where they're going to be when I shoot. I don't need to have good aim, quote unquote, to play the game. You just need to know where they're going to be, and then you shoot that location. And you got to make it easier for you to be able to land your shots. That's all it is. That's all it is. Once you do that, you're going to realize how much better your aim gets. Magneto players have the same problem. They assume their aim is bad, but once you tell them how to actually aim and land their shots, they start having an incredibly high accuracy rating. It's just how you set yourself up. That's really all it is. You'll get better, but you also are making the game harder for yourself. So, as I said, stop flinking. You know, chill out. And use your abilities more consistently. Okay. Creathian, what's up? Wait, why are you here? Is it that late? Oh, maybe you just don't work today. For me, my main problem is my eyes and brains don't quite connect. That's actually funny. I try to have color my brain recognize when I'm not focusing on the crosshair. If you focus on the crosshair, your aim is actually worse, ironically. You gotta focus on the character. It's weird to say that, but once you do it, it clicks. And it's like, oh. Yeah, if you focus on the crosshair and trying to have it on the target, that makes it rough. Can I also drop a code for some tips? If you go to my Discord, there's a free replay reviews tab, and you can put your code there. And we do them every Saturday. This one is Amber. They said You're up early, you don't work today? Okay, that makes sense. Because I was like, you're here like giga early. I don't usually see you that early. They said, I have a much worse win rate on tank than on support, so I need to work on my tank skills. Watching this one back, although our divers weren't doing the best job, I can see that the whole team was trying and making some decent plays. We just couldn't get the other team to crack long enough to make meaningful progress or to stop them from making progress. Looking for recommendations on positioning, especially and cooldown management, because I feel I may have been under and misutilizing my abilities here. Plus, maybe some recommendations on if the swap I made here were good ideas, or if another Vanguard, Emma earlier, or Angela, less confident on Angela. Sticking to support, maybe Rocket, or no swaps at all. Maybe have been a better option. Well, let's see. I don't see your name. Oh, is it an alt account? Let me see. No, it's not. Where is your name? Am I trolling? Did you give me the wrong replay? Am I blind? Surely. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chat, it's one of those days. Bro, it's one of those days, bro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's one of those days. It's actually one of those days. It's actually one of those days, bro. Golly. This is what happens after viewer games, bro. It's what happens. I'm just cooked. We can't. Y'all beat me up so bad, I can't think straight. We just need to not do viewer games no more. Like, action. I'm a Jeff main. I have that Jeff aim. That's actually hilarious. Yeah, Jeff players have that Jeff players have that like reposition lane. They don't even aim at the target, they just track. Like Emma. Hey, so does that mean Cyclops would be your GOAT? Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. It's always one of those days. Yo, facts. That's what I do, but when I go and shoot, I realize that crosshair is not on the target. I do know you have to focus on the target, not the crosshair. Just my brain doesn't naturally go just in there. Maybe. Do you adjust your crosshair? I don't do it, and I think you should adjust it to what feels good to you. I'm gonna assume you do it. I feel like you're very. There's a word for it. You're a very meticulous person. Like, you want things a specific way. So I'm definitely sure your crosshairs are adjusted. Popping his blind shot. Wait, Nash, why are you so toxic? Apparently, more of us need to learn DPS for the next viewer games.
Stay strong.
Yo, actually facts. Actually facts.
I've got the perfect place for you, bub.
All right, let's see. Let's see what's happening.
Jungle, tropical breezes,
Is this ranked?
Battle starts in 5.
It is.
4,
Okay, okay.
3, 2, 1. You
Let's
have to
go.
stop them from securing the mission area.
All right. First things first. It doesn't really matter what character you are. I'm just gonna say this just because it helps a lot. When you are walking from point A to point B, you got to make sure you're taking as little damage as possible. So this is why the map is structured in specific ways, is because they want you to use cover to get to your location. Okay. Now, I'm not saying what you did is wrong. I'm just saying, I just want to add context to it. So that way you guys, I just popped in my head basically. So if we're playing a Doctor Strange, we could walk through. If we're playing Emma, we could walk through. Dino is massive. And if they have a lot of poke on their team, which they actually do, it's better that we go this way and then wrap around, just so that we don't take them as a lot of damage. Or this way and then wrap around. Again, not bad. If you're a DPS and if you're flanking, then it's best for you to go like that, to like that, to like that. Right? It's just the way the map is set up. You want to try to get to your location as safely as possible, but you also have to think about your backline. they're going to follow where you go. So this is why I bring it up. Because it's not just about your life, it's about your backline. If you have like a Hawkeye or something on the enemy team, and you just blatantly walk out like this and they can aim, they're going to get popped. It's not something you're doing bad, but the character Dino doesn't have that range to even really do anything. So you got to get to the fight safely, and then you can play. You know what I mean? And on maps that have really, really long corridors, you have to play like this. You have to play from cover to cover and cover to get into the range where you can then play the game. I just wanted to bring it up. You already lost one. Okay, I see you chomping and chomping. You already lost one though. So we gotta wait for Mr. Fantastic to come back. So here. Ooh, let's stop that noise. Okay. So here, we notice what Squirrel Girl is doing. Dino has very good destructive capabilities. Magneto does as well. Emma does as well. Strange does as well. When you notice characters are unbreakable objects, break it. That gives them less room to play. And honestly, if you just broke it right here and she dropped, you just take her out. I will say that when you're playing tank, the last thing you want to do is, and the thing about it is you're playing into Penny, so I already know too well this is kind of how it goes. You're more focused on dealing with Penny than you are focused on the actual situation. But when you're playing tank, you do want to see the bigger picture. You know what I mean? And how can we play the game? Through that bigger picture. Well, in order for us to do anything with Penny, we got to make sure that we can grab her or Wolf can grab her. There's not really much that we can do there. So until that opportunity presents itself, what else can we do? You know what I mean? And because you have something else to do, do it. Just break that so she can't stay up here anymore. Just give your team an easier time to play the game. You see? She's getting shots onto your backline for free. Bro, she's just chilling. Look at it. Look, she's just chilling. Oh my god, Squirrel Girl is amazing. Is she though? Is she though? Or we're just like letting her play for free? Like, this is the most relaxed, kick back, grab some snacks gameplay I've ever seen in my life. That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts. No pun intended. He's just moseying and strolling around. Thinking she just godlike right now. Can't land none of her shots when it's not free. Missed every shot when it wasn't free. You can't allow people to play for free. When they play for free, they do a lot of damage. But if they don't play for free, you're good to go. That's why I said it's important to think about the big picture. Fun 100% to 6. So here, look, you're trying a different approach, but the approach you had wasn't the problem. You did fine. Do it again. Do it again. The approach was fine. You don't need to do another approach. It was good. It was good. Now we're staggered. You can't outpoke them because you're not playing a poke hero. You got to get to the fight and then fight. So you got to get there safely and then start fighting. What I would have liked to see you do really is just jump and land over here. That would suck because you're going to get exploded. But if we go back a little bit. Before you grabbed, you see how they're already retreating? If you jump here, they're going to move back again. And then you have enough space for your team to start walking up and they can still see you. Okay? This is how we take space creatively. You can't really brute force into a poke team. You got to go cover to cover. So if you can just manage to jump over here, yeah, you're wasting an ability, but it's a repositioning tool. Now you play like this. And if someone walks up to you, you grab them and snatch them and pull them here. You're just setting yourself up for better plays. But what we're doing is we're so focused on like the issue. We're not focused on how to resolve the issue. And this is not just a you thing. This is how a lot of players play because you're on a time limit. And if you get wiped once or twice, you're like, oh my God, it's Penny. We have to deal with this Penny. Oh my God, there's a freaking Iron Man in this guy. We got to deal with the Iron Man. Oh my God. And all the rational thinking starts to leave your brain. This is something that I had to learn. And this is something that I felt that was extremely difficult for me to learn, was that you got to ignore the time. There's a certain amount of fights in every map that you just have to win. That's it. The point here, it's usually one fight. Convergence maps are usually one fight. If they portal in, it's two. But generally speaking, all you have to do is win one fight and you will take the point. Right? If we keep moving and we look at the map this way, once you get the wall, you're going to have to win two fights. Generally speaking. Why? Because the first fight will be here and the second fight will be there. Right? You push, you're holding here. We win this fight. They should come back by time. And you guys got to fight right there. So that you have to win one fight. You have to win two fights. All right? And let's go further. How y'all doing? Y'all want some snacks? Y'all got some snacks? I'm just saying, make sure you're cozy. Make sure you're chilling. In this location, once this breaks, right? How many fights do we have here? You have typically, once this falls, you have one fight here. You have one fight there. And sometimes you have one fight there. Now, obviously, this shifts. Sometimes you have more. But just for the basic, you technically have to win 5 fights and you win all 3 points. That's not that bad, right? So if you cancel out the clock and just think, I gotta win 5 fights. How do I win those 5 fights? There you go. So instead of thinking, I gotta deal with this Penny, think, how do we win the fight? Dealing with Penny doesn't automatically win you the fight. Squirrel Girl was dominating a second ago. But giving you space will help you set you up to then win the fight. You guys can't win the poke fight if none of you guys are poke heroes. Right? Look at your team. Nope. 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 So why are we trying to fight the poke fight? You can't. You have to figure out a way to make it so that we could play the game on our terms. This is why I said hopping from here to here allows your team to breathe and lets them push forward without having to fight the poke battle. You will lose. You guys don't have poke characters. If you ever try to just walk at them, they will take you out. Just how it works. Doesn't matter if it's bronze or one above all. Same concept. So you have to figure it out. And unfortunately, people suck. What are you gonna do? But this is why I actually banned Penny. I don't let this character through no matter what rank I'm in. I have to get her out. I hate this character so much because nobody knows how to play. Ever. Ever. I cannot stand her. She's the most free character ever. People do not understand how to play against it. But you can see how you're trying to basically shove down a wall. You're not going to be able to move it. Yeah, the Penny kidnap would work there. But again, Penny wasn't really the issue. The issue was the other people on their team. It just seems like she was the issue, but she wasn't really. But this is why I banned Penny, because she gets on my nerves. I know! The game's been out for a year and we still don't know how to deal with Penny. People are just way too fast at moving. I do appreciate that this knowledge goes to all ranks. I'm still learning. Oh yeah, I definitely don't I don't teach towards one rank. I feel like that's a bad way to help you guys. Okay, so here it looks like you don't really have a plan. You're kind of just walking into them and trying to figure it out on the way. I'm gonna do something, and we're gonna learn together. All right, chat. If you guys want to help Amber, help Amber. Here are the characters you play. Okay. Like I said, chat. If you want to help Amber out, help Amber out. I know you guys love helping each other out. So here's what they specifically said. They may play more, but I'm going based off of this context here, just because they said this. They play DD. Oops, I'll write the whole thing just in case some people may not know. They play DD. They play Mag. They play White Fox. They play Emma. And I think that's, I mean, I'm pretty sure you play more, but we're just going to stick to what you said. We don't want to go out of the context. Okay. So these are the characters that we play. Now, we cannot just approach fights approaching fights. You have to understand your character's strengths, your character's win condition. Once you do that, that is when you can play with your team and help them win. Okay? So chat, help Amber if Amber needs help. But Amber, what is Devil Dino's win condition? How does this guy actually win the game? Well, we want to say the game, just win the fight. How does this guy win the fight? What is this dude's win condition? What is this guy's gameplay loop? What are we even trying to accomplish with this character? And it doesn't have to be complicated. It could just be baseline. I can give you an example. With like Cap, what is his win condition? Really is to be able to cause pressure on the back line, and it is to displace players in terms of, if I'm on you, right, they have to move around, make them uncomfortable, right? If I can make you uncomfortable as Cap, I'm doing my job. So it doesn't have to be complicated. Just very broad. What is Devil Dino's win condition? Like, what is this character even designed to do? What does he do? How does he like to win? Dino's strong in close range, sucks at far range. You want to close the gap. That is true. But we want to be a little bit more detailed, because a lot that branches to a lot of characters, right? You want to be a little bit more detailed. Dino roar, make player happy. Dino win. I mean, you're not really wrong in that regard. You're not really wrong. We're gonna do it for all heroes that you play. We're gonna do it for Dino. We're gonna do it for Mag. We're gonna do it for White Fox, and we're gonna do it for Emma. Those are the characters that we're gonna do it for. And we want to make sure that we have all of these down packed. We want to make sure that whenever we pick any of these characters, we do understand that I have this specific win condition, and this is how I want to play. Because once we learn how I want to play, we can then tailor how I want to play to the rest of the team. Right? So Dino wants to put up pressure on the front and force the back line to burn CDs and back up. Okay. Dino has a kidnap loop as a frontline brawler. Okay. He also wants to displace anybody in the position. Okay. All right, these are pretty solid. You see, Amber, they're helping you out. They're helping you out. These are pretty solid. All right. My main goal is going to be displace slash pressure. And you have to do it within your area, but that's typically how it works. I'm either going to displace you or I'm going to pressure you. You can't just jump to the back line. That's not how it works, right? And I'm not saying you are doing that. I'm just giving it an example. All right. What about Mag? You got to do the same thing for Mag. What about Mag? how are we thinking with him? What does this guy want to do? Because once we know what he does, then we can know how to play with the team. Right? Mac wants to apply pressure via poking at squishies in the back line and force the tanks to back up. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. He's the ultimate zoner. He is. He is. Mac likes steady pressure and poke out of position of the squishies. Yeah. Right? So we're looking at backline pressure. Okay. What about White Fox? Do we have any White Fox mains here? And again, Amber, if you want to take a shot at it, you can. That's not to say that you'd be wrong. What is White Fox looking to do? What does that gameplay loop look like? And the cool part about this is the more you understand these type of scenarios with each character, the better it is you have to play with those characters on your team. So I'm not saying you have to know every single one, but you know, as you play, if you can kind of get that understanding here and there, even if it's just so basic and small, it does help you function as a team better. White Fox is more helping group fights with her ricochet and alt fire. She prefers enemies in a group and teammates in groups. That is true. That is true. But that's more of a thing that can be spread to Rocket. We want something that makes it so it's White Fox specific. So a little deeper, a little deeper, a little deeper. She prefers to pick off low HP targets. That is true. Fox has sustained healing, but also likes to take off angles to bait and burn enemy heroes. Yeah, that's that specific I was looking for. So Crethian, you weren't wrong, but that could be applied to other characters. But there's always something that one character does differently than all the other characters, and they are good at it. Mostly, there's usually one thing that no other character can compete at. It's that one thing. With White Fox, it's the ability to take different angles and be safe about it, right? So usually off angle slash I don't really want to put this into perspective where we just dive, because that's not really what we're looking for. But I'll say burst pressure. Okay. With her melee form. Right? So a lot of the times when you're playing White Fox, you're looking to off angle in a really nice position. And if you ever get engaged on, you can teleport. Period. And she also has great burst pressure because when she goes into melee form, she can get a pick. I would be very cautious about doing that, but as you get better at it, you can force that type of gameplay repeatedly, and it is a really easy way to snowball a game. It's actually insane. She's busted. It was getting too wordy. Yeah, you don't want to overthink it, I'm telling you. And then Emma, last but not least, what is Emma's gameplay loop? What does she prefer? Hers is pretty simple, to be honest. It's freaking super simple, really. She'll target ricochet. She gets close to the awakening force. She can melee and divers to pause. That is true. She can force him to pause. Mid-range pressure with beam to get full charge up close as melee and CC. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory with that character, right? So pressure out, beam / crystal. I'm gonna say and crystal actually. Slash look for melee pick, right? Look for that grab. I'll just say look for grab, just so it doesn't confuse anybody who may be watching and they don't really understand what that means. So this is our gameplay loop for every single character that we play. Okay? So now that we know this, right? Let's think about it. We're gonna keep this, but we'll hide it. How can I hide it? I think it's like this. All right, cool. Now that we know this, we're going to watch your gameplay on Mag. What was Mag? Mag was backline pressure. So let's see if we had backline pressure.
What are you aiming at?
So, does that look like backline pressure? In that specific scenario, you had to only shoot Penny, obviously. Before that, you did a lot of looking around. You did a lot of trying to peel and help people. Realistically, that's not really your job. If, let's just say, your team was... I don't want to erase the words. Let's just say your teammate was right here. Then sure. But your teammate was super far. There's not really much you could do about that. So continue to hold your ground, continue to play cover. They'll figure it out. And then you continue to push forward when you can.
You are under my protection.
Then you're good to go. I also want you to try to mind your spacing. The closer you are, the harder it is for you to play this character. Nash is our resident mag goat. He'll tell you. You don't usually want to be so close. That's so unlucky. But at least you can't point.
I shall not be removed so easily.
Did you have to swap, by the way? No, you didn't. You could have played Dino if you still wanted to. So the way mag works is different from other tanks. There's tanks that use pressure for their body. And as you walk up, people are scared. So you'll push them away with your body. Think about how when Thor walks up to you, or when you play Dino, when you move, they back. Mag doesn't work like that. Mag does that with his abilities. So your zone tool, your push tool, your space creating tool is actually in front of you. It's not your body, but you're playing it like it's your body. You have to really start taking space with the abilities that you're using. You don't just move. Nobody's scared of Magneto up close. And it's actually really hard for you to land things up close. This is why they keep that space. And as you hit them, they back up and then you move. Back up, you move. It's not Doctor Strange. It's not Dino. It's not Emma. You have to play off of that actual ability location. So you can't move forward because you're not going to get anything accomplished. So look at how you play. Look. See? They're backing up, but you're not like, you have to move your abilities forward to continue to have them back up. But then there's sometimes too where you get into melee range and it's like, that's not going to help. If they move from that location forward, like if they come towards you, you got to back up. If they move back, you got to chase them. This is what we call kiting. I don't know if you know what kiting is. And even if you do, I'm still going to explain it just for those who don't know what kiting is. So imagine you're playing a character that is a ranged character, and there's a melee character coming after you. Kiting is you're able to shoot them, but they can't touch you. And as they keep trying to get close, you keep shooting them. Keep trying to get close, you keep shooting them. You're full HP, and they're trying to get through the barrage of shots you're throwing at them. That's kiting, right? Once they start running away from you, like, oh, I got low, you got to pursue. That's how you play space. That's how you poke. So it's that's how you play mag. the way that you gauge the fight isn't your body, it's your abilities. If they get closer than where your shots should be and your abilities should be, you gotta back up. That's your space. That's your space. So if we look at it like this is what I'm playing. That's my box. You walk up, she's in the tip of that box. However, if she start getting a little bit close to that box, like in the box, you gotta back up. So she's always remaining at the tip of the box. That's pretty much how it works. Give us the poppin' dictionary one. That's pretty much how it works. So you see how you're trying to walk in? Like you're trying to walk into the pressure? You don't have to. What you would do is you'd come over here so that you take less damage. You see, you're cutting off the damage. And on top of that, it makes it so that they can't stay here. We're gonna walk back. They're gonna get scared. Nobody's gonna just sit there and shoot you. They can't. They're gonna back up. And when they do, that's when you start taking more space, and maybe you go from here to here and do the same thing. Take out that nest, right? You can even walk over here, pop them, use your abilities, zones them back that way, and you take space. After they walk backward that way, you can get closer to the wall here. As the cart moves, you can use the cart as cover, and you do that. And they gotta continue to walk back. As the cart starts moving forward and they start backing up, you can start making your way over here. Bow, bow, bow. Keep shooting. Now you're here, right? Cover to cover. Cover to cover. That's how you play tanks like this. Cover to cover. You can't use your body. It's the pressure of your abilities and the fact you take no damage. But if you're trying to tank like an actual Doctor Strange, which is what you're doing, you're not as impactful. Because every time that you stop doing damage, they heal. Poke damage is only scary because it's consistent. But if you are taking damage, you stop shooting. If you're turning around, you stop shooting. So where is your damage coming from? Where is your scariness coming from? If your main scariness is consistent damage and it's pressure, you have to continue to do it. And if you're taking damage that's causing you to stop, you might as well just play a different character. Make sense? So it's not like you're bad. It's more or less you just stop doing what you were trying to do. See? Let's count. Let's count how long you're not attacking versus how long you stay attacking. Listen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. 1, 2, 1, 1. What were you doing? Like, not like what were you doing, like questioning your gameplay. I meant like damage wise. Numbers. What were you doing? Like, what was your damage numbers, right? Even if you were to play exactly how you played, you still have to have that consistent damage coming out. I don't care about the KO that happened. I don't care about the positioning. I don't care about any of that because that doesn't matter. People think that when I look at their reviews, if I see them get KO'd, I think they're doing something wrong or anything. I don't care about surviving or not. Nobody cares about that. It's the gameplay itself because that's what you can replicate. There's some games you're going to get KO'd a lot. So that's just how the game works. You're playing tank. But the way that you play is the important part. If your character is designed to cause consistent pressure and we're not causing consistent pressure, we got to fix that. And so it's either one or two things. You're being too aggressive when you shouldn't be. Or you're not focusing on actually putting out the damage. Right? You also have to remember, your job as a tank is not to shield your team. Your team should know how to play the game. Think about it. When you play strat, do you expect your mag to bubble you all the time? It's nice, but I promise you I don't expect it. When you play DPS players, do you expect your mag to bubble you all the time? Do you expect your Doctor Strange to turn around and help you out? Do you expect your Hulk to jump back and bubble you all the time? Do you expect Thor to sit on you and push people away? No. It's nice when they do it, but you don't expect them to do it all the time. So tank players, please. It is not your job to keep your team safe. They should know how to play the game. Just because you give them a bubble doesn't do anything but delay their stupidity. I'd rather you actually give your bubble to people that are really good. If you see your Black Panther going ham in the back line, bubble that guy. Don't bubble the strategist that got picked off 82 times. What's going to happen? They dodge one shot but get picked off of that second shot. It doesn't fix the problem. You can't protect people that aren't good. Period. It's not going to happen. You have to use your abilities to gain an advantage. If you're constantly trying to shield your team from getting shot, bubble your team, all you're doing is delaying their deaths. That's it. That's all it is. You're just delaying them getting KO'd. It does not make them play better just because they got a bubble. It does not make them position better just because they got a bubble. Honestly, it does indirectly make them play worse. Because if they think you're going to bubble them all the time, well, shoot, man, going to bubble me all the time. Let me go ahead and do something stupid. He got me. How do I know this? Because that's me. If my mag bubbles me and I'm playing cap, I'm about to be the dumbest person you've ever seen on your team. But I also sometimes think, and you guys have heard me say this on stream, bro, why are you bubbling me? And then even a teammate will type, why are you bubbling cap? Like, sometimes it's unnecessary. But a lot of Magneto players think that, or not even Magneto, just tank players in general, think that it's their job to do everything. It's not. Stop. This is a 6-player game. Everybody has to participate. It is not your job to do everything, man. The more that tanks get that through their head, the easier it is for tanks to climb. It's crazy. It's crazy. Focus on what you can do. You're not going to win every game. That was a wild struggle. Wait, that actually was... No comment. You're not going to win every game. And just because you peel doesn't mean it's going to change that. I'd rather you do what you can do. And you know what happens when you start trying to peel? You start focusing multiple targets. You're like Oprah. You get a primary fire. You get a primary fire. Everybody gets a primary fire. But if you do 45 damage to them, 45 damage to them, 45 damage to them, go back to the full HP target because they got healed off of your 45 damage, you're not doing nothing. You have to pressure, and to pressure, especially with a poke character, is consistency. Consistency comes down with focusing the same target. You don't have to pick and choose which targets specifically. You just got to make sure you're doing damage to the same target over and over and over and over and over and over again. Should you find a squishy in the backline, pick them off with your mag cannon and whatnot. But like you gotta be popping the 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, bow, 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 repeatedly. If you do that, he actually does a lot of damage. Like, really, really good mag players, like there's people that think mag doesn't do any damage, and really good mag players are like, bro, you're trolling. But the reason why it feels like he doesn't do any damage is because you're missing, or because you're just not consistently pressuring. Mag does a lot of damage if you consistently land that entire clip. It is disgusting, but it's hard to do. But because you keep swapping around, you're losing out on a lot of it. So again, I think it's you're just so focused on helping your teammates, it's causing you to play worse than what you normally would play. So what I would like is I would like for you to chill out behind this cover. Bow, 1, bow, 2, bow, 3, bow. Like they're frontlining. They're trolling. Boom, boom, boom. And then go to this wall. You'll back them up because they're trolling. Like I don't even, that's ridiculous. And then boom, boom, boom. And then continue to pressure with your abilities. This will help you with all your characters, by the way. It's not going to just help you with mag. It'll help you with all your tanks. Okay, little tip. If mag sucks up no bullets, you will guarantee get the KO at around, is it 85%? I think it's about 85%. They changed the number. So I can't really tell you specifically, But I'm gonna assume it's still around the same. So I'm gonna say it's about like 85%. So kind of like when it's like right here, that's when you will get the full damage. Not full damage, but you'll get enough to KO a squishy. So you were nowhere near it. And I know it looks like you'll do a lot of damage, but it doesn't. Another thing too is if you're ulting with mag, another good way to guarantee it is if you can manage to make this bar turn red. I've noticed that that's usually when you'll get a KO too. I haven't played the recent change Magneto though, so I can't really give you that much context to it, but Demarius, what's up? How you doing? What even happened? How did you guys lose that? So like you see, you know you have divers on your team. Bubble the diver. He's about to go. Bubble him. It's like you only bubble your strats. I would like you to take off angles more. They're trying to just like run it down main. And with Penny, it's really rough to do because she regenerates. You're gonna have to deal with the nest. And he's really good at off angling. I mean, I think almost all tanks can really do it. And that's what I mean by like playing that cover to cover. Like if you were to play here. Because what this does is it makes it so your team shoots both of you guys, right? If you're sitting over here popping people, and then your team is doing it from here, they can't just all funnel damage down. They have to look at you and look at your team. If we go back, you're gonna see that they just funneled all their damage into one spot and everybody got hit. Just collateral. Oh, look. Just collateral. Everybody's in the same line of sight. Everybody's just stacked on top of each other. Boop. Bye. Next. Boop. Bye. Next. Boop. Bye. All in the same. But if you off angle, right? You're making it so that they have to deal with your divers. You're making it so that they have to deal with this guy. You're making it so that they have to deal with you over here. And if you loop around even more, you're destroying the nest while they're dealing with them, while they're dealing with your diver. It's a lot more hectic for the enemy team. You're making them uncomfortable, and it's easier for you to make things happen. And I think a lot of this would just resolve itself if you just stop thinking that your teammates are your priority. Because I don't really think that you're doing anything bad. I just think you're trying to help people too much.
Got it?
Prepare yourselves.
This sure is a long way from Yancey Street.
What's up, Too Many Choices? Hello? I started forgetting what feeling means. That's funny. Yeah, I could tell. No worries, no worries about them disconnecting.
No matter how old I am,
So here,
still take out any of you chumps.
we shouldn't really be positioning this close up, right? What was Emma's strength? Pressuring with beam using crystals and going for a grab to catch them out. Is it easier to catch someone slipping when you walk at them? Or is it easier to catch someone slipping if they walk at you? So why are we walking at them? Also, think about your team. Look where they have to stand. Where they could be safe back there, and the only way they get KO'd is if they go through that little window. Or not window, but you know, that little area on the side. And they're chilling. But because you want to tank here, you gotta walk up. Because you walk up, they gotta walk up. I always tell people this. No matter what role you are, your team wants to play with you. There's some tanks that are like, my strats never heal me. There's some DPS like, my strats never heal me. People are like, DPS never peel. People never follow up, blah, 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 blah. They want to help and play with you. It's just sometimes you put them in a predicament where like, if they do that, they're at a disadvantage. And the higher you go up, the less people are willing to get at a disadvantage for you. And That's just typically how the game works. Because once you get high enough, people start having better critical thinking skills and they understand what's going to happen next should I do anything. So if you happen to walk forward and I was playing a strat for you, I promise you, I would never be here. I'd be back there. And I would tell you to back up because I'm not about to lose the fight because you want to position this far up. Tanking is really about understanding the bigger picture, understanding what actions do I do that, like, what's the ramifications of whatever I do, right? Because whatever you do dictates how the rest of the fight goes, realistically. If you want to hold there, we're holding there. If you want to hold there, we're holding there, right? If you want to push, we're pushing. If you want to sit back, we're sitting back. Whatever you do, the team does. This is why you hear a lot of complaints about, like, Mag, you're too passive. You have to move. You have to go pressure. Cap, you got to dive. Hulk, you got to go in. Thor, you got. It's because you can't play if the tank doesn't do anything. Now, I'm not saying you're not doing anything. I'm just saying the reality is whatever the tank decides to do, everybody else has to do it. That's just how this world works. Almost in every game with the Holy Trinity, really. The tank does everything fundamentally, and then the team helps. That's how that works. It's funny because tanks don't really care. Tanks don't really carry games. So it's actually hilarious in that regard. You could say, well, I'm only up here because my team is up here. Your team is being dumb. They shouldn't be up there. You know what I mean? But what did I just say? Everybody does what the tank does. Is your thing a tank? Are you doing what the thing is doing? There you go. It's right there in action. My aim swap here was motivated by having done well as her earlier that day. Yeah, I was chasing the two who pushed up to the shed, but probably would have been better to hang back. Yeah,
Revenge for that.
for sure. The thing about playing on defense is when you get KO'd, it's a lot worse than if you get KO'd on offense. Because defense, remember, they only have to win one fight, right? If they win one fight, they usually take point. You can't really save this. Nobody's here. If you want to hold and you're expecting a portal, just see if anybody is swapping to Strange. And if they don't, then don't even bother. Unless you're a jerk or making a bad play, I don't want to play with you. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is.
Emma Frost never surrenders.
Berserker!
Okay, so let's take it from the top, right? Oh wait, it's too late. The game's over. I was gonna say, let's take it from the top from this fight. So, a lot of what's happening is that you're just spreading yourself too thin. When you play tank, it's really, I know they did keep you alive really long. I was thinking that, but I didn't say it. I was like, oh my God, you actually survived. Holy. A lot about playing tank is just being very confident about I'm doing what I want to do. You might lose the game because your call was atrocious, but like it doesn't matter. If you alter your gameplay as tank and you do something based off your teammates, you can't really learn, right? Think about it this way. So I make a play. Why did I make the play? Because of this or because of this? Oh, I made it because of this. Okay, but why? Okay, because of that or because of that? Oh, because of this. Okay, don't do that no more or keep doing that. However, when someone else gets you to do something that you're not really used to doing, like let's just say, Emma, you need to do this. And you're like, okay, I'll do it to satisfy you. You don't really have a why. You just do it. And if it doesn't work, what did you learn? Don't listen to your teammates? And that's not really, sometimes they're right. And if it does work, what did you learn? Listen to your teammates. Well, sometimes it's wrong. This is why players end up in ranks they don't belong in, because you have someone always telling them what to do. And when they don't have someone telling them what to do, they don't really understand what to do. If you are playing tank, you have to make your own decisions, because that decision making is literally what tank is about. If you have bad decision making, you probably won't win any matches. When you think about how to do the right thing at the right time, how to create the right space at the right time, how to take certain angles at the right time, that is when you start stomping games. And this is why I had such a high win rate when climbing on PC. Although I had the same team, I started in silver. I had the same teammates. I had to get through gold. I had to get through plat. I had to get through diamond. Same teammates as a lot of you guys, but my decision-making skills are better. And you guys would see that games would actually be looking like losses. And then we somehow end up winning. Because when you have good decision-making, all you need is one. You just need that one fight. So here's your teammates, right? Your teammates, this is the timeline for your teammate throughout the entire game, right? This fight, your teammates do something stupid, gets picked. Teammates do something stupid, gets picked. Teammates wipe because they're being stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And you're like, well, I can't play the game. But when they do something right, and you're ready for that right, you stomp. That's all smurfing is. Smurfing isn't being so good that you don't have to worry about your 5 horrible teammates. You can't win by yourself. Smurfing is, you guys do something wrong all the time, but I'm telling you, when you guys do that right thing, or when the enemy team does that wrong thing that I can capitalize on, that's where we'd stomp and dominate. And then we just prolong it because we can stagger them and whatnot. That's all we're waiting for. That's all we're waiting for is that one moment. And you can't do that if you don't make decisions yourself. So, my recommendation for you, stop worrying about your teammates. Also, do it in quick play if you feel like ranked is a little bit too rough. I always tell people when I give them stuff to work on and things like that will alter how you play, do it in quick play. When you do things that alter your gameplay in ranked, it will backfire. Because what typically happens is your brain will just default to what's easier when things go wrong. Every time. Unless you truly don't care about losing, then it's not going to happen. But if you care about losing and you start losing, you're not going to think about what we should be doing. You're thinking about what you've been doing. And your brain is automatically going to go on autopilot. It's going to default to what you've been doing because that's the easiest way to figure out what's happening. So do these concepts in quick play so that way you don't care about losing. Make your own decisions. Stop looking at your teammates. Just go play how you play. If you're not getting healed, stop and chill. And then move forward when you are. Things like that. That's going to be how you improve your decision making, and that's going to be how you gain more confidence in your gameplay. Think about what your character wants to do and think about how you can manage to do that with your team. It's not about what my teammates need me to do. It's very ironic because teammates will tell you what to swap to. Teammates will tell you how to play, but they never work with you. It's very weird. It's super weird. They'll say something like, as an example, if I'm playing cap and I'm diving in the backline and I'm drawing attention and I'm doing what I need to do, they could say something like, Cap, go on the Hawkeye. But going on the Hawkeye means that the rest of the team is playing the game. And if I go on the Hawkeye, they still get KO'd. They don't capitalize on it. Which means that you're not working with me. I'm trying to do what you're telling me to do, but you're not helping me succeed. So why am I even doing it, bro? Why am I even doing it? Stuff like that. I don't actually think you're a bad player. I think you understand. But I just think that you're either afraid or you just don't really like want to get outside that comfort zone. It's kind of like you just don't want to disappoint your team, I guess. We'll do 2 more. So we'll do your other one, Amber, and then we'll do yours, Murray. Okay, we'll do those 2. This was only 5 minutes. An ego VOD to balance the other one. Got me PS White Fox gaming, but still feel I could have been playing better. Looking for healing target priority and positioning feedback because I feel there were a few times where my teammates' deaths were unnecessary. And at 4:49, if Luna had looked slightly to her right, she could have frozen sniped me before I could react, even though she didn't. Yeah, you're only a skittish player because you don't really have a plan. You know what I mean? This is a really weird analogy, and you guys know I have really weird ones, but they low-key kind of make sense sometimes. So imagine you're gonna go to the store, right? Imagine you're gonna go to the store, and you're like, all right, we gotta go to the store. Here we go. And you take your usual route. But when you get there, there's construction or there's an accident. So you can't go that way. Do you A, try to go through it, which is griefing. B, just say, I guess I'll just go home. I'll try another day. Or C, figure out a different way to go. That's decision making. Saying, I guess I'll go back home is you swapping to something you don't know how to play. Trying to go through it is you trolling. You're definitely not getting through. It doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. So why are you doing it? Right? The other option is go around, figuring out a different way to accomplish the goal. If you have a plan already, you will do that. But if you don't have a plan, you're just walking, right? Just walking to do damage. When things hit the fan, what is your backup plan? You don't have one. You never had a plan in the first place, right? It's important for you to have a plan, even if it's the most egregious plan ever. Even if it's something that you just feel like, bro, I feel like an idiot for this. Whatever, do it. Because it's going to help you solidify how you play your game. If you're like, I'm going to stand right here as White Fox and heal you because I think I'm safer. And then someone is like, what the? And shoots you and KOs you there. That's good. You just got information. Never do that again. Right? It was your plan. It was your idea. Don't do it again. That's how you learn. But you got to have the plan in the first place. It was funny because I coached someone today and we were just talking about this. We were literally just talking about this because they had the same issue. They had the same issue. I would ask them, I don't know if you're here, Seven, but shouts out to you. I would ask them, and I said, he was playing the thing. And I was like, I watched it, and I went back, and he was punching, whatever. And I was like, okay, what was your plan there? And he was like, I could tell based off the gameplay what his plan was. There wasn't one. He was just looking for something to react to, which is a lot of players' gameplay, really. And I knew this, but I wanted to ask him anyway, just to see what he says. And then he said, well, I wanted to just punch, and then if someone gets low, I'll hop on that back line and, you know, try to do something there. Do you think that's how that fight went? Right? Because he punched, but there was an Emma that was just getting pocketed, couldn't make a play. Nobody got low because their DPS wasn't ready, and the fight just went south. But if he had a plan of saying, I'm going to wait for my DPS to get in position, get them low enough, and then I'm going to jump and try to execute, that's the plan. And we actually watched that clip back, and there was someone extremely low, but because he didn't have a plan about who he was going to go on and why, he missed it. And he didn't get the KO, and the fight wasn't really in his favor. It just really comes down to understanding the plan. The thing have a plan? Is that allowed? That's hilarious. I mean, when I play Cap, it looks like I don't really have a plan, but I do. I'm always thinking. A little bit too close. I don't mind what you're doing, but just do it here. There's no difference between you doing what you're doing here and here, other than the fact that they can't shoot you. Just do it here. you're doing fine. Just do it so they can't see you. The goal of strategists is to cut off all sight lines to you while also allowing you to heal everybody. If you can manage to do that every single time, you're golden. Can I see my team? Check. Can they see me? No. Check. Boom. You're playing strategist godlike level. That's how you get your positioning down pat. If you're ever in a position where they can see you, then you gotta fix it. Now, there are situations where you have to go out of position, but you going out of position for a few seconds is better than you always being out of position. Still have to back up. We know that the acorns are coming, so you have to give yourself space. Chat, another analogy, and some of you guys have probably heard this before. Y'all be... I wonder how many of you guys are like popping. Dude, you're a fool for what you talk about. All right, another analogy. You guys ready? Here you go. Do you guys remember, again, some of you guys know what I'm talking about. When you guys watch cartoons, right? And someone starts fighting someone else, what typically happens is a puff of smoke, right? We call that a dog pile. Usually if you're watching like Looney Tunes or something, puff of smoke. You got hands coming out, you got heads popping out, legs popping out. Puff of smoke, right? And as they roll, they start sucking other like people into the dog pile. So now you got 4 people in there, 5 people in there, 6 people, just heads and legs popping out. As a strategist, the dog pile is what you need to always space yourself away from. If you get sucked into that dog pile, you will get KO'd. So look at where the dog pile was. You're in it right now. You're still in it. Oop, she just got picked off. Right, you're still in it. You're still, it's happening. It's happening. Venom's in it. Oh, snap. Thor's in it. Oh, my Jesus. It's happening. It's happening. And where are you? About to get sucked into it. You should be way back here. It should always be at a distance. And it's funny because we talked about this with Magneto, right? Isn't it crazy how some of the concepts can transfer to other roles? This is why I teach it this way. Because some people really are like, popping, I got bored of playing tank. I want to play strategist. I got bored of playing strategist. I want to play DPS. And then they realize everything that we talked about, it actually transfers. And it's like, what the it's like, yeah, I don't want you to feel like if you swap to a different role, you're lost. These things transfer, at least the way that I explain it. These things transfer. You don't want to have yourself in these situations. Back yourself up. Still in the dog pile. Now, you took that long to get KO'd because these players aren't good. But I'm going to assume you want to hit gold, at least for the rewards, right? Those players will get better at doing that faster. Just because you get away with something doesn't mean it was the correct play. And when you play, you have to understand this. So that way you stop doing whatever it was that you got punished for. So let's just say Thor got you really low there. You guys KO'd him, but you didn't get KO'd. You survived. Well, it wasn't a good idea anyway. And we should not do that anymore, even if you survive. That's what's happening. Tip, never counter cloak and dagger with yours. You just gotta back up. It's not gonna work. It won't work. It never works. This is someone who plays a freak ton of White Fox. It doesn't work. It worked in this context, but it doesn't work. I'm telling you, you'll get run over. Don't do it. Just back up and let it be. Let it be, or let the almost wear out and then go, because you will get burned through. You get burned through, your teammates will be way too spread for it to make anything happen. Very rarely will I do it, but most of the time I won't. I've been punished way too much to a cloak and dagger. I actually just ban her if I'm going to play White Fox. That character's ultimate is just it's hard to deal with if you don't have another strat that's like it. But that guy's ultimate is great. Chat, y'all see that? You're counting Thor ult? I mean, you'll get stunned though, so you'll still get taken out. So it still would cancel itself out in that regard too. I mean, I get what you were trying to do, but we just shouldn't have been there. And that would solve that problem. Remember the dog pile? This guy's crazy though. I've never seen the Venom do this. This is gaming. This bro said no tether, no slam. Bro, I'm coming at you like Jaws. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wait, did he overshield too? Wait. Hold on. Bro overshielded when he already had... Bro, this guy's a gamer. Bro, this guy's an actual gamer. That's gnarly. That's gnarly. That's so gnarly. Sometimes I forget what it looks like when players are still learning the game. Because it's not like they suck. It's like they're still learning. They're learning how to play. And you just sometimes forget what it looks like to start. You know what I mean? You forget what it looks like to be here. But that's the type of gameplay you need in order to improve. You need to do some crazy shenanigans. My guy overshielded his freaking ult, bro. That's crazy. That's wild, bro. That's wild. I respect him. I respect him though, but that's crazy. The rest of your fighting, by the way, was good. I know I didn't comment on it, but I think everything was fine. Your positioning was fine. Your target priority was fine. I also like, I don't know if you're intentionally doing it, but I like how you're throwing the orbs on the ground so you can pocket easier. That's something that I recommend a lot of White Fox players to do. It heals less, but it's more consistent than trying to always aim it. So if someone's taking a lot of damage, throw it at the ground. People are going to be like, why are you aiming at the ground? Consistent healing is better than if you hit one orb and miss, hit another orb, miss, hit another orb, miss. You still do more over time if you keep throwing it at the ground. So if someone is in danger, just toss it at the ground. It is more healing over time than it is if you hit them directly. Doesn't Venom ult give bonus health based on how many hit? Yeah, but his ult should never be really used like that. Unless you're trying to munch on a tank. That was just wild. My guy just did not care. When you're playing strat, do your best, and this will help you with Magneto as well. Do your best to keep everything in front of you. And again, it will help with Magneto as well. If someone's diving, do your best to back up so that they're always in front of you. If you have to turn your camera, you're too close. Back up. There are situations as tank where you do have to turn your camera. Like if you're playing Emma, you go, you know, whatever. Like it happens. But when you're playing strategist specifically, you never want to have anything outside of your sightlines. So you would play here instead. That way you can see everybody. And you can play even here if you want. But you never want to put yourself in a position where you can't see everyone. Because if you turn your head like this and there's someone sitting right there and you didn't see them, you're done. If it's a Black Panther, you're done. You're done. But if you always have everything in front of you, you can read the whole field. Even if you don't take it all in, you'll subconsciously see things that are moving. And you'll be able to avoid. You see? You still can't really see what's happening over there. Right? You don't know. Look, look. Didn't I say that? Somebody could be right there sneaking up on you. What does she do? Bro, supports are gamers, bro. I don't know what y'all be up to. Y'all crazy. But yeah, imagine if this was their magic. Oh wait, I'm sorry, their Psylocke. And your Cloak and Dagger wasn't here. And she realizes you weren't even looking at her. You're done. She is wildin'. Bro, I need to add this strat. Yo, this strat is ride or die. Why is she taking... What'd you do to her? Why is she shooting you? They look just as confused. Look. He like, girl, what is you doing? Do you not see your team up there? Are you all right? Yo, I need more games, Amber. This is comical. Okay. Yo, what is she accomplishing? This is crazy. I want to watch. Yo, she's gaming. Where's her team? Her team's in Narnia. Her team's in Narnia, but she's gaming, bro. I respect her so much. I gotta add that person. We duoing. We making it to top 500 together. Bro, that person is ride or die. That person, what was her original game plan? Hold on. Okay. What was the original plan though? Like, I actually want to know the thought process behind this play. Like, what? What was she trying to accomplish? Like, I know it was big brain, and I'm mad I can't ask them. I really don't get it. I am trying so... What are you healing? I'm confused. Bro. I'm mad because that player is clearly a gamer. Like, that player is a gamer, bro. But I don't know what they're thinking.
Wait! Did you guys know that Araco is
I don't know what they're thinking, but that person's a gamer. Like, actually. Yeah, pretty much what you just did there, huge. W. What you did was, like, you saw them starting to, like, come out and shoot, so you just backed yourself up to get yourself some space. Use this as cover if you can. W. I mean, I don't know if you were intentionally trying to use it as cover, but yeah, that's what you would do. W. And then if you want to see more, slowly turn your, like, move your body to the right, and it's going to reveal more people as you move. If you want to see less, slowly move yourself to the left, and it's going to cut off more people so you can actually only fight what's in front. You're chilling. You're chilling. I think you do have to worry more about your positioning when you play strat, and then when you play DPS or tank, you have to worry less about your team. So it's kind of like, it's really weird, to be honest. Your gameplay on tank is like, I have to help my team, and then your gameplay on strategist is like, I have to fight. Switch those. You can't help your team if you're KO'd, so stop getting so close to get KO'd. You don't need to help your team to fight, so stop trying to help your team so you can fight. It's like reverse mentality. Really. Okay, Carrie. I love it when these reviews break pop. Wait. That was, yeah, that was something. That was something, bro. That was some gaming. I sometimes acquire, I have to do it myself, brainworms. I do it too. I do it too. Sometimes we just get fed up as our team's being stupid and we're just like, we'll do it ourselves. You're not the only one. That's why I said I could tell that Cloak and Dagger was gaming. Like, it's just, I don't know what they were trying to do, but you could tell they have the personality to make something happen if they need to. Like, I see beyond the gameplay. I see more. That player looks like they can make some stuff. They just don't know what to do. But they have the gusto. They have the gusto to make something happen. That's what you need, though. That's what you need, though.
To stop them from securing the mission area.
What are they like? These other worlds.
Like, some of these players actually, they have what it takes to make things happen. They have what it takes to really do more for their team, but they don't understand what they're doing. If they just had a little nudge, oh, they'd be taking off. Bruh, Angela into a Human Torch? That's rough. Bro, she really is ignoring you. If she would have just looked at you, she takes you out. That's crazy. Oh, there she go. Yeah. Yo. From the get-go, she could have done that. But I think what she is doing, yo, I think she was doing, I think she was trying to mind game you, bro. I think she was trying to mind game you. She was like, she was like, she was like, she was like, let me make this human torch feel safe. Let me make this human torch feel safe, bro. You was like, ah, she ain't gonna do nothing to me. She just came right back and poked you twice. Bro, I don't know why she didn't do that from the get-go. That's crazy. She really just played with the food. That's crazy. That's crazy. Holy. That's insane.
My hair's all messed up.
That's actually hilarious. What? Are you still in spawn? Is that why this isn't working? Are you still in spawn? Did the game break? Oh, you are still in spawn. Wait, what are you? Are you still in spawn? Even the game couldn't believe what happened. Where are you? Bro, chat, am I blind? Are they invisible? Where are you? One, two, three, four, five. Where are you? Yo, where are you? Seriously, what happened? What? Were you just in spawn the entire time? Oh, what the heck? I have never seen that before in my life. Angela put her foot so far. Let me stop. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. That's insane. What? Okay. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Okay. Bro, this game looks hard, dude. This type of game I would just stop playing. No, I wouldn't, but I would be over it pretty quickly. This game looks difficult. This looks like a game you're not supposed to win. I didn't even read what you said. I'm bad. I'm sorry, Murray. I apologize. Murray said, my first comp game with the new character, and I don't usually even play this role, but you play Human Torch. Why are you lying? But I understand his kit mechanically well for the most part. I don't know what Angela taking step for the way. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're trying to say. He feels like Hella in a way. I think that I don't know if he's like Hella. He doesn't actually do as much damage as Hella. I don't know when to play it with them, especially when there isn't two tanks or the tanks don't push up at all. After we secure a pick, we should not have won this match. Honestly, it looks hard. Starlo was an absolute disaster. The pick was surely out of a what else do we do moment. Okay. I'm a tank main. I don't use a DPS. Oh, I thought you were a freaking Human Torch player. After a couple of seasons. I guess you just like playing him. Yeah, Cyclops isn't really like a Hella player. He's more of like he's kind of like Namor. And I know that seems very weird, but he's more about consistent damage until he can just finish you off. And that's typically how Namor plays. Like he could burst you, and Cyclops can too if he gets the opportunity. But most of the time, Namor doesn't do that. He just tries to get you low enough to then one bang you. And so that's what you're looking for with this character. Is you're looking to have that consistent damage, and then you clean up. That's what the ricochet is. This the consistent damage. You just look to do it, and then you kind of look for someone you can get the ricochet shot off with. Like your beam is the consistent, but the ricochet shot is your cleanup. So you want to use that as a KO secure every time if possible, like your execution. You see how you just did what you just did? Don't do that. Use that ability as an execution. So what you should be doing is lighting this guy up, bow, 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 and then when he turns that corner, execute him. Use it as an execution, not a poke tool. I mean, you could use it as a poke tool, but it doesn't do as much. I would just say get used to using it as an execution. Here, fly up. Abuse the fact that this fool can fly. It is the most insane gameplay positioning. It's like White Fox. Y'all know when White Fox came out, everybody was losing their crap about the little weird spots she can just be in and then just teleport around. It's crazy. Cyclops is the same. This character has so much mobility, you don't even expect him to be in the places that he's in. Abuse that. Abuse that. I pray Cyclops players don't get used to that gameplay, but it is very gnarly. This guy could just be anywhere he wants to be. So really abuse, like you should be fighting in the air a lot more than on the ground whenever you can. I'm not just saying like right now, spam it, look down. That's not what I'm saying. But in a position where you are like having a full-blown fight, yeah, like that. I mean, I wouldn't have done it there, but like that. You gotta wait till the fight is taking place so they can't just shoot you out the sky. You're doing it a little bit too early. Mobility with damage? Well, Phoenix is more of a threat than Cyclops in my opinion. So right there, you had it. Hit him one more time with the body shot and then finish him off with the execution. Like really understand that gameplay loop. Look. Look. Really understand that gameplay loop. You don't use it to do. You don't use it to poke because it doesn't really do enough damage.
Got my eye on some unwelcome guests.
Look. So how much is it if we? I actually didn't test this out, so we're gonna learn together. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna assume so is his primary fire. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shocker. So you can see why you don't use it to poke, because your primary fire does almost the same amount of damage. Yeah? So 1, 2, 3, and then get your shot off, right? That's what you're looking to do. Obviously, you want to try to get some headbangers, bop, right? Get the actual time down, fire it off. You should be good. Every single time. That's what you're looking to do. You are finishing them off. That's all it's for. Ricochet that jump, finish them off. You could do it however you would like to do it too. So you can like say, I want extra burst damage. So let me do it on him again just because they're getting shot. Like, okay, I want extra burst damage. At the same time, you would just do like, bow bow. You know what I mean? 1, 2. It's similar to Doctor Strange, right? I know you play Strange, so let me put it in his perspective for you. I'm on mouse and keyboard chat, so don't yell at me if I mess things up. So, you know how he does, what's your melee button here on this? Is it space? What is the melee button? Okay, I'm griefing, bro. Mouse button? What is the melee button for you guys? What's the melee button? I actually don't know. It's V? Okay. Bro, that's wild. I would remap that so fast. Okay, so it's the same with Doctor Strange. Look, 1, 2, 1, 2, right? Same thing. Same thing. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then, oops, wrong button. The mouse strike. You're combining your abilities. That's how you get the KOs. So when you're playing Cyclops, same thing. You're combining your abilities to make things happen. You're being quick with it. Bye-bye. Cooked. Right? Oops. Uh-oh. I pressed the wrong. I pressed the button, and I don't know what button I pressed. Okay, we fixed it. Bye-bye. Cooked. That's what you're doing. Whenever you can fly, right? Oh my god, these buttons. You're chilling. You get finished. Wow, good.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Right? You're using it as that like secure. You're not using it to poke like that. It's unnecessary.
6 in a row.
You can't do much about it. Right? Cooked.
Unbelievable.
It's quick. It's quick. It's fast. It's quick. It's fast. Quick. It's fast. Cooked. That's how I want you to play him. I want you to play with confidence. I want you to play just like that. Okay? No more like that's why I said he's not really like Hella, because Hella takes her time with it. Hella takes her time with it. Phoenix takes her time with it, right? He is not that type of character. He's like a Namor. He gotta get you when it can get you. Right? So you're chilling, you're chilling, you're chilling, you're chilling, you're chilling. Wow, cooked.
Wow, 4 in a row.
You gotta clear it up fast.
But I never miss.
I don't know if you play Cap, but Cap is like that too. Cap is trying to get on you and pop quick. Same concept. That's what you're looking for, right? So really get used to weaving that after your primary fire, because it will be a for sure primary shot. It is not a shot that is going to miss. So if you know that you will land your primary and you know that one more shot will do it, clean it. That's all I gotta do. No, I'm horrible on Cap. Look.
Found me someone to fight.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. They've made it halfway.
Poke, cook, got it. It's just you gotta know what characters are gonna get low. He's a really KO secure heavy character. I do want to play him more. You're probably gonna see me play a lot of them.
Only 60 seconds left. There's still a chance to
Bro, don't
stop
you
them.
love Star-Lord?
Gotta stop
That's
that
like my other
vehicle.
permaband. F that character. Sorry, Adolfo. That character gets on my nerves.
Down to 30 seconds.
It's now or never.
You have a laughing map to your mouse button? Yeah, that V is way too far. I had to remap that so quick. I remapped that so quick.
Final 10 seconds.
You see how all your KOs, you're trying to make it come from like, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. I mean, it was more like he was low, so you did it. You didn't like set yourself up for it. The trick is with him is you set yourself up for it because it's so fast, they don't realize it. If he's low already, he knows he's low. But if you can get really good to the fact that you do it so fast that they don't realize that they were low enough to get KO'd, you're gaming. It's similar to Magic. You know how sometimes you get kind of low with Magic? Maybe not even Magic can just one bang some people. But you know how she like seems to appear and just bow, one shot you out of nowhere. It's like, bro, what the she understands the threshold of which you are going to get one banged. You have to do that in the range form. When you learn to do that, you will start seeing how many more KOs you successfully get. It's so insane how fast it goes.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh yeah, I know. Forget that character. So when you're using your beam, don't use your beam unless there's multiple characters. Think about the beam as like a space making tool. When they start huddling up and funneling, then you beam. Don't just do it to do it. Similar to Human Torch's firewalls, right? You're not gonna just wall up one target. You wanna pow, 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 light everybody up, right? Same thing for Cyclops. Don't just laser beam to laser beam. Think of it like the Human Torch walls, right? You're not gonna use them unless they're pumped up. You don't just use them for free damage. You can just shoot her. They're right there, just shoot them. It's just a waste.
60 seconds left.
You see how you don't have charge now? Now would be the perfect time to actually light these guys up. But you're out of charge because you were spamming it. Look, they be cooked. They be cooked right now, bro. But you used you used the charge on nothing. That's a triple waiting for you. Bro, that is a triple on the door. On the door, bro. Hey, Murray, what? We got 3 kills. We got 3 KOs, bro. You do? Yeah. Come on in. You're like, I can't. I left the oven on, bro. I left the oven on. I gotta be back. Hold up. Bro, seriously? That was 3. That was all you. That was all you. Honestly though, what I'm thinking is that you're playing him. You're not playing him to. He's a new character though, so obviously don't take really any of it to heart. You're not supposed to know how he's played. He's new. But I always say, you ready for another analogy? Y'all ready? Here we go. Here we go. My analogies be off the wall. I always ask people, especially when we're in a coaching session. I'm like, if you were to go to the gym, can you right now bench 350 pounds? Most people are like, no. I was like, okay. So why are you asking the character to do that? And I explain, you're telling them to do this when they're not capable of doing it. So why are you having them do it? It's not happening. You're playing him like a totally different character, expecting really good results. It's not going to happen. You have to play him how he's designed. He is designed to have those quick KOs. He's designed for the ricochets to work if they are clumped together. It's not free damage, right? He's designed to have these abilities work these specific ways, and it's up to you to decode that jigsaw and make it happen. You see? Even there, bro. That was money. He doesn't even realize what hit him. You got him? Huh? One more? One more? Just one more shot to the dome or to the body. One more? Done. He's cooked. Well, he started beaming him. He was cooked. This is why this character is going to be considered broken, by the way. Mark my words. Once people start figuring out this is how he works, they're going to call him broken. Because it's literally an assassin range character. He will hit you so fast, you don't even know what happened. Especially if he lands headshots. Yeah, you're cooked. It'll be so fast. But it'll be hard to do. That's also the thing. It's very difficult to pull it off. It's similar to Jean's little one-shot combo that she used to have. You guys remember that little stupid one-shot combo she had with the melee form? Bro, that thing was wild. That thing was wild. I was like, y'all tripping. But she used to be able to just one-bank somebody instantly. I was like, bro, what? I mean, it's gone now. But he has that capability. Like I said, he's not really a sniper. He's not really a poke. Look. Even right here, look. Bounce. Throw your ricochet shot. Cooked. You are scanning for these opportunities. It is an execute. You are scanning. Think about it like Bucky. Anytime they're low enough to get it, bam, ricochet shot. Bam, ricochet shot. That's how you use them. Use them like Bucky. You should be securing these like crazy. Like crazy. And it's gonna take time. It sounds really easy on paper, but it is gonna take time. Especially because you have to know your damage, you have to know your limits, you have to know that they're healing, etc., etc., etc. Also, why is this fool playing behind you for free? This is literally Adolfo's wet dream. Bro, imagine Adolfo can do this, bro. My guy loud as heck with them high heels on. Just click, clack, click, clack. Bro, chilling. Bro, chilling. Bro, he's chilling. This is Squirrel Girl 2.0. Bro is chilling. How long is he here? My guy is actually here for a whole episode of SpongeBob, bro. Bro is chill. Okay, there we go. Bro is still chill. Okay, okay. Now he's not chilling. That took so long. And this is why I don't say anything or this is why I say that the real difference from high elo and low elo and anything in between is not that players are necessarily better, what they are, but it's also that there's less mistakes being made the higher you go. This is the same thing that happened in silver, but this is diamond. The same people. So this is why when I explain things to you guys, I do it in that sense that it's broad, so that way you guys can apply it to all of your ranks, because it happens everywhere. It's not just like a low rank. That fool is playing for free in diamond. Like, bruh, when does that happen? When does that happen? That's a good old. Popping off. Ricochet! Bruh, I'm a mauled. If you get somebody this low again and you don't ricochet, why did you ricochet? You have to. I'm a crash out, bro. Murray, why does every time I watch you, you make me crash out? Bro, it's either you or your teammate. Bro, you need to quit putting in these games. It's either you or your teammates, bro. Every replay is you or your teammates. One of y'all making me crash out. Bro, like, dude, I never get anything done with that. I'm never using it again. Ooh, okay, good lift off. Cooking. Bruh. Use the freaking ricochet shot, dog. Clean it. Don't do it again, bro. I'm not install it again. Messing with you. Again, don't use that if they're not clumped up. Bro, how much damage does that do? A lot of the times when I actually go to their website and see the damage numbers, it helps me know that I'm not missing out on any. His beam does 11 damage per tick, and it's about under a second. His regular blast does 25 damage per tick in less seconds. Which one does more damage, Murray? Use his man's primary fire unless they're clumped, please. 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 His ricochet shot does 80 damage if hit directly. Which, how many ticks does it do? So 3 ticks, which it would be 75. So your ricochet actually does more damage directly. So you hit 75 for your primary, the ricochet directly is 80. But if it bounces off of something, it's gonna fall off. And if it bounces off again, it's gonna fall even more. So if you can manage to actually hit the target with your ricochet, you will secure way more. But even if you don't, get it low enough to bounce it off a wall, and it's still gonna be a for sure hit. Again, it's really similar to Captain America, which is why I feel like anybody who plays Captain America will have a very easy time transitioning, because it's literally the same gameplay loop. You get them low enough to just ricochet and KO. 80? Yeah, 80 if you tap them and not bounce it off the walls.
Down to 30 seconds.
That was an invincible squirrel girl. Yeah, that squirrel girl was just, that was crazy. That squirrel girl was actually nutty. That was crazy. Not yours, Amber. There's another squirrel girl that we watched. That was crazy. She was literally just, it was Grandmaster too, which is even crazier. She was literally just walking. Literally just walking into the team. 1v6 and just not taking damage. I was like, this is unreal. This is unreal. You would have had him if you didn't panic. You would have had him if you didn't panic. Don't use the beam. Hit him one more time, 2 more times, and then just ricochet shot secure. Honestly, a lot of your gameplay will iron out if you just use his ricochet to KO more. Like, use it to KO secure. And then also stop using the beam unless they're close and clumped up. He is not a hard character at all. But there's a lot of skill expression with him, which makes him a very fun character, which is probably why a lot of you guys find him fun. Characters that are simple or hard doesn't make a character fun. It's about how much skill expression it offers. That is what makes him fun, because it always feels like there's something else you can improve on. There's something else you could have done better, you know, and it's visible. Whereas some characters like Doctor Strange have less skill expression and it's all mental. So people that enjoy, you know, solving the jigsaw puzzle in their head rather than on the screen is what gives them that dopamine rush, you know? I personally like a mixture of both,
Still got some fight
which is
left
why I
in
like playing Cap. I like to dissect the situation and seeing, okay, how can I approach this differently? But I also like having the mechanical aspect of it that lets me know how can I perform it and execute it differently. Which is why I like Cyclops, because he falls kind of in that category to both of them.
So
I'm
close.
an X-Man.
This is
We
your big
always come
chance.
More Neo, that Skullgirl's the one that's actually hilarious.
Max
I am ready to put on a show.
not done. Neither am I.
Bro, ricochet shot. Did you read this man's abilities before you... Did you go to practice, bro? Quick... Nothing? Murray, next time you give me a replay of this guy's... If you do continue to play him, and you give me a replay of Cyclops, bro, you got 3 tries. If you have 3 people that are Ricochet ready and you don't use it, I'm removing your membership. Like Poppin', I'm the one who supports you. I don't care, it's refunded. I will not have a non-Ricochet Cyclops on my membership page. We are not associated. We got the W though. Got the W though. I do everything on one account, don't have the rank to negatively affect, and wouldn't have the energy to run multiple accounts anyway. I do that too, generally, unless it's something super, super crazy that I can't play. Like Spider-Man, I know for a fact I'd rather start from scratch. It really just depends on where I want to start. If I feel like I have basic understanding, then I'll most likely just use my main account for it. But if I feel like I'm starting from scratch, then I will use an alt account and build up everything from there. So that's what I did with Spider-Man. I felt like I want to start from ground zero. I want to start in bronze. Let's do it. And so I can build up my ability to play him and stuff like that from there. And then I can slowly find where I should stop and get stuck so that I can improve in that rank. Whereas like Cyclops, I don't really care. He's playable in the rank that I'm in now. I'm not toxic, I'm just being honest. We don't want no non-Ricochet and Cyclopses in our gameplay. We don't. Get that out of here. Here's an example, by the way. Even though I can't stand Adolfo, he actually did play really well in this game. So these are our custom games. Actually, were you in it? You might have been in this one. You were in this one. But I don't know if you saw it from his perspective. So the way that he was playing was really solid. He's not better than me though, but it was pretty solid. So he tries to come up here to contest. He's actually trolling. He shouldn't be using beam either. Holy Adolfo, you can't aim for nothing. Oh my god. Wait a second. Hold on, you should cut the camera off. He's like, ooh. Yo, Amber would give you the juice. So even right there, I'd actually just be lasering. I'm looking for some of his quick KOs though. Maybe it's more of in the second round. Because he did some, he did some, oh yeah, he did have really bad ping. That's not an excuse, actually. I do remember he caught me slipping once. He caught me slipping once. Actually, he caught me slipping a few times. Was it this game? Yeah, it was. All right. Here, I was kind of trolling. I don't really know what I was doing, but he caught me slipping once. So look. He sees me there. Tags. That's it. You don't really give them a chance to react. Now, I shouldn't have really been there. I don't really know what I was doing. Even in the moment, I was like, bro, I'm trolling. Like, what? But that's pretty much how it works. You gotta start getting some of these quick KOs so they can't react to you. Even right there, he should have secured it with the ricochet. But he doesn't play this character. But that's what you're looking for. The quick ones. And again, because I played Cap, I know what it looks like to get the KO from a very... Like, I know the threshold, but it's something that you guys will learn once you keep playing them. You'll know the threshold too. And when you find that threshold, you're gonna be nasty. I actually think they're gonna reduce his ricochet shot to 1. I'm calling it right now, chat. They're gonna reduce this man's ricochet shot to 1. I am calling it right now. They gave him 2 for whatever reason. Is there a cooldown? Hold on. I actually don't remember. If there is a cooldown, never mind. But if there is no cooldown, he can fire him back to back. He's getting 1.
Maximum impact.
There's a 2-second cooldown.
Someone welcome guests.
What I think they're gonna do is they're gonna make him have 1 charge, but have the cooldown be like 5 seconds. I don't see him getting. I don't really see him having 2 for free, back to back like that. Cause that's 2 KOs in 2 seconds, you know. So, mark my words. Bro is losing 1. Bro is losing 1. Surely. Or they're gonna increase the cooldown. One or the other. But 2 seconds is way too short, I think, for me. Like, that's crazy. It would have just dipped and just leave. Boom, next. Boom, next. I like this character though. You're definitely gonna see me play him more next time I play Rivals for sure. This character's dope. He needs a new skin. Chat, am I just addicted to leaders?
6 in a row. Way to go.
Am I just addicted to leaders? Hold up. Wait, we gotta get Thor off of our squad. He ain't ready. Rogue's not really a leader. Well, I guess to be fair, is she? I don't know the lore about that, but that's a leader, right? Venom's kind of a leader. He leads Eddie in a way. Yeah. Magic's like the leader of Limbo. He's a leader. Is he a leader? Not really. Right? I mean, I guess in some aspects, like he has some spin-offs where he is kind of like the guy that's like the main guy. Kinda. Yeah, just like leaders, bro. Why is he in my strike? Who? Did somebody mess with my squad? Why was he in it? Jeff? Hello? I just like leaders, bro. I want to know how long it takes to get the KO. Just if you hold it versus how many shots. Oh. Why? I don't know why Jeff was in my strike squad. That's super weird to me.
It needed doing, so it was done.
Yeah, it's way faster doing that.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Wait, no. That Jeff was in it though. He was tagged. He was tagged. He was tagged. Bro, I can't wait to play. I already know I'm not in the right mindset to play, but I can't wait to play. Is this guy getting picked a lot, chat? Did you guys play today? Is he getting picked a lot? Or is it starting to like be like, they pick him and they swap off? He's so boomer, like even if you suck, you still want to play him, you know? He doesn't even show you that you suck. Characters that show you that you suck, people don't tend to play a lot of. But man, if they don't show you suck, people love it. Because they can suck and not look like it. And that's what I like. I like boomer heroes and heroes that make me look like I'm better than I am. Give it to me. I'm not fooling nobody. It's day 2 popping. So there's been characters that got dropped day 2. Rogue was one of them, I believe. They said nope, real quick. Rogue was one of the fastest drop-offs, I think, that I've seen.
Knew I saw trouble.
I would just say certain characters that he actually wants to main. Magic Jeff. I would play Jeff if Jeff wasn't useless. Because I don't hate Jeff. Because I hate Jeff. I just hate Jeff because he's useless. If this character wasn't useless, bro, I'd play this character. This character sucks. Sorry to all the Jeff mains that are watching this or the replay. But it's true. Your character lacks. Even he was apologetic there. You saw the subs? You saw the subtitles? It said he made a noise and it was apologetic. He knows. He's useless. I will say he's better this season, though, because the strat ult changes. But character is still bunts. I will say, though, this little dude be moving. If you try to dive at Jeff, bro, and he's the real main, good luck. That ain't happening. That ain't happening, bros. Good luck. You ain't catching this character. Real Jeff main? Yeah, not happening. Ever. I've been having a lot of fun with her though. I like feeling like I'm a good player when all I'm doing is button mashing. People are like, Magic's not a button masher, and then I play her, do well with her, say it again, and nobody battles me on it. They're like, they don't even say anything anymore. Call her OP, they're like, well, you play her and you're doing well on her. Guess I can't really say anything. You definitely can't. This character is busted. They call you Magic because it's a surprise on how you just don't get nerfed no more. It must be Magic. But yeah, this character is genuinely a fun character. Actually so fun. You want to see something crazy? Check this out. Look how much damage this she does. Look. What? That makes no sense, bro. And we wonder why she can one bang cloak and dagger out of her ult. Oh, I misclicked. I didn't let it go through. She does so much damage in ult. Like, you should be taking heads. You should be wiping. You should be wiping, bro. This character is so unbalanced, it's insane. Like, she's not balanced, yet people continue to have her not be nerfed. I don't know. Like, she is free low. If you guys don't play Magic, play Magic. You automatically win games. All you need is 1 second. She is actually free low, bro. But that was all the replays we were gonna do today. Hope you guys learned something useful. Do you guys have any last minute questions? Bro, who plays with melee on V? That is such a weird button, bro. I'd at least put it on C. V? Y'all wildin'. If she had a good escape like DD, she'd be busted. She doesn't need an escape, but she can play for 3,000 years. She kind of does have a good escape, though. If you set yourself up to just dash out, she's chilling. That's a lot of distance. That's a lot of distance. If you see it go south and you just dip, that's a lot of distance. But yeah, I've been messing with her.
Double kill.
It's kind of nice to be OP because I don't usually play OP heroes.
That's 3.
Generally play things that don't really do that well. But playing something OP, it feels really good. Thank you very much for the review. It was great stuff. Very helpful. Always going to be watching it back. Yeah, some people usually do watch it back a few times. That's why I like to stream it.
Limbo unleashed.
I play Magic, but she feels slow for me to play.
Hostile.
She's one of those deliberate characters. That's why she feels slow. Like everything you do, you have to decide that you're doing. And then once you're in, it's better. But you still have to be deliberate with every next step that you take. That's what I will say. Like, she is a button mash hero, don't get me wrong. But she's like Daredevil too, where you have to just be really deliberate with what you're pressing and why. She gets away with a lot of BS, but you can't just randomly do things. You do have to press your buttons for a reason. Even though I think she's impressive.
That's 3.
I think almost all DPS behave like that, to be honest. But some more than others. Like Spider can kind of just get away with just
It's up to us
doing dumb stuff because it's Spider. Bro, you know how much easier it'd be to play Spider-Man on an actual keyboard, bro? Like, actually, it's so much easier. You know how much easier it is to aim?
Round and pound.
Bro,
Watch out, they're headed our way.
I think saying PC players have better aim is BS. Think about it. It's harder to aim on controller. So that means controller players have better aim. Change my mind. Y'all wasn't ready for that, huh? Change my mind right now. Y'all can't, because I'm right. I'm right, bros and broettes. It's like saying who's the better driver. Stick shift or automatic? Stick shift. Even though automatic is easier, bro, driving a stick shift ain't no joke. Boom, change my mind. Doesn't Console have built-in aim assist? It's not that great in this game. It is not that great at all. Overwatch's aim assist is ridiculous. I first time played that game, bro, I was like, you basically just get free tracking. What is it? I had to turn it down. It was so good. I was like, bro, what am I even playing? It was so easy. I was like, God, Jesus, they want you to win. No, Rivals has aim assist, but it's not that powerful. It's not that powerful at all. It's just like a little movement. Overwatch's aim assist is stick. That thing sticks. It's like Call of Duty aim assist. It's super sticky. But I wonder if it's because it's third person. And this is third person should technically is easy, or it's not should. It is easier to shoot third person. So maybe that's why it's super heavy in Overwatch and though compared to Marvel. I don't generally have it on though. Console is automatically, mouse and keyboard is manual. Is that really how that works? Is this a mod? This background? No. I paid for it. Oh, you're saying consoles? Nah, I see what you're trying to say. Nah. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Console's definitely not automatic. Mouse and keyboard is automatic. It's easier to aim with your entire hand and arm than it is with your thumbs. Right? You can make way more micro movements with your hand than you can with your thumbs. Heaven forbid you have stick shift. Bro, I see some of these streamers play with a controller and have stick drift. I'm like, how do you play like this? You literally are moving in the weird direction because your controller's broken. Get another one. And I'm not talking about stick drift like they put the controller down and then it drifts, because that's normal. Eventually your controller will do that. I'm talking about they are actively aiming and playing, and their character just does some weird movement. And it's like, how? Get a new controller, bro. You actually are fighting against stick drift at this point. Get a new controller. You can't do anything about it. That's crazy to me. It's like, Jesus. Yeah, pretty much, Adolfo. Pretty much. That's why a lot of players that come from console to PC have an easier time transitioning if they want to use mouse and keyboard. But if you tell a mouse and keyboard to use controller, bro, even if they played it when they were younger, but if they're just used to mouse and keyboard and they try to go to controller, they can't do it. It's too hard. The thing about mouse and keyboard is just more intuitive, you know? Everything is just more intuitive. Everything just works. But like with the controller, you have to remap sometimes. Some buttons don't even work the right ways. You like everything is just so much easier on mouse and keyboard. It is so much easier. I'm never gonna play on it when I play Rivals though. But other games, when I play mouse and keyboard, other like shooting games or things like that, it's chilling. Anyway, we always do this. After every time we do replay reviews or at the end of my stream, we always have chatting often with Lofton. And I sit here and talk for like an additional hour. Every time. Chat, you guys do it to me. And it's your fault. Side note, do y'all see how many passes they done put out at the same time? Also, these new skins. How much money do you think these dudes are making? And dudettes. Bro, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Then 2 skins? Bruh, these fools are making the money right now. Like, actually. Just making it. Right? When you're younger, you don't really have an option to get a new controller. You just cooked. I do hate how frequently some of them break though, because this game is very stressful on the controller, so it does end up having switch way earlier. How did you buy my melee to the side mouse button? Because at least I can use it. Yeah, I don't like melee on V. Whoever did that is crazy. Their hands must be huge. Huge. I'll tell you when I buy a controller just for fun and compare to mouse and keyboard, since I've never played on controller. Yeah, you're gonna realize, because I hear it a lot. It's like, because I used to, when coaching League of Legends, you can't play League of Legends with a controller, right? So typically what would happen is that they would attempt to transfer and they have no clue how to use a mouse and keyboard. But over time, like over a few days, they get used to it. The thing is, the keyboard and mouse is intuitive. It's very intuitive, but controller isn't. So, can you elaborate on the mouse and keyboard Magic players don't play her right? I think it's because most people who play fighting games play on controller, so they're very intuitive with like how you should be fighting. You know, it's more like I understand how to bob and weave. I understand how to do this, how to do that. People that play mouse and keyboard games typically play strategy games. It's more about the thought process. It's where I have to do X to do Y to do Z. So Magic is heavily on the Tekken or Street Fighter side more than the strategic side. So you probably would see Magneto do better on PC than console because Magneto requires more strategic gameplay than actual mechanical gameplay. That's not to say one is better at the other. I'm just saying I think controller players are just better at brawl. They're better at like scrapping. Whereas Magic players on mouse and keyboard, they're usually like one bangers. They don't usually fight a lot. They usually like get in a position, look, go for a one shot, and then leave. Either they fail or they don't. Whereas console players that play Magic, them fools, they about to be in the fight for like 3 years. They are bobbing and weaving for a while. And I don't really know, I don't really think there's a right or wrong to that. But I will say the fact that you are gone because you failed and I can play the game versus like on console, these fools are just always fighting. Magic is a problem on console. Just a huge problem on console. People think it's because people can't aim. And I always say people on PC can't aim either, bro. Being bad at aiming is bad at aiming. It don't matter what bro, if you can't drive, you can't drive. It don't matter if you're using stick or automatic. Bro, you can't drive. If you can't aim, no matter if you're using a controller or mouse and keyboard, you don't know how to aim. When I play Magic on PC, they can aim. And you know what's funny? Because there was a few people a long time ago before I played on PC. They were like, oh, Cap, you're only doing well on Cap because you're on console. This must be console because you don't do that on PC. It must be console. And it's like, here we go. So then I play on PC. People cannot aim at all. At all. Even in Celestial. Can't aim. At all. And I'm like, why do you guys hype your platform up so much, bro? Like, if you can't aim, you can't aim. If you can aim, you can aim. That's actually it. Magic is dive, not brawl. She's both. That's why I said there's not really a right or wrong. If she was a dive character, they wouldn't give her an overshield, by the way. So you can usually tell what a character's design is based off their abilities. If she was meant to hit and run and not stay in the fight, she wouldn't get an overshield. It wouldn't make sense. If Daredevil was built to hit and run and not fight, wouldn't make sense, right? These characters, Black Panther's another one. They could do both. They have ways to sustain themselves in a longer form of combat. If they couldn't, then it really wouldn't be that fun, right? It really would just be like you walk in and get one banged. So you have to learn how to mix and match. You have to learn when you can stay in and when you can't. And controller players know how to do that way better than PC players. PC players generally just like to dive and then leave. That's pretty much what it is. It's super intuitive. You have one hand for the movement and one hand for the aim. A controller, you have one thumb for moving and one thumb for aiming, jumping, reloading. That's so true. I didn't even think about it that way, Adolfo. You're actually correct about that. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you have one hand just for aiming, and you have a other hand for movement and skills. But on controller, you have your thumbs for movement, but you also have your thumbs for aim, and you have to then use your fingers to use abilities. I guess it's the same as if you were telling someone to put multiple buttons on a mouse, kind of how like Lauren plays. You know, if you were to tell them to do that, most people probably couldn't play like that. Like I can't. I can't use side buttons on a mouse to save my life, and I'm not going to try to. Ain't no way. I feel like, again, what you just said, the mouse is used for aiming. Nothing else. Aim and shoot, that's it. I'm not adding no other buttons to a mouse. There ain't no reason. I didn't even think about it that way. That's crazy, because that is how I think about mouse and keyboard. PC players hype up PC because the PCs are super expensive. I will say, if it comes down to like what looks better graphically, I definitely think PC does, for obvious reasons. You know, they can have a lot more adjustments to their system. You ain't done yet? What you mean? What you mean? I can say this because I don't want to go into how much gaming laptops cost. You know, yeah, PC stuff can get expensive for sure. Mouse side buttons are good. It's the same with like paddles on controller. I don't want to play with paddles, but people tell me paddles are really good, especially Spider-Man players. But I'm just so basic. I don't fix what ain't broken, you know? In my head, at least. It is a fact that it's more difficult to aim on mouse, but it is more precise and faster to react. That is why players that perfect it are so good. I don't think it's difficult. I don't ever play Marvel Rivals on a mouse and keyboard, but I can land my shots for free. But it could just be a subjective thing. I just think it's harder to aim on a controller for obvious reasons, that it's not as precise, you know? Whereas mouse and keyboard, you already pretty much know what you're doing. Even when you're not playing a game, what do? You move the mouse and you click what you want to click, right? It's very easy. Whatever you click happens. So if you put that in like an aim perspective, whatever you click happens. Now try to do that on a controller. You're not doing an everyday motion that you would do if you were just using the computer regularly. You are actually like reorienting yourself with the controller. I just know because I play both. I played a lot of League of Legends. And I played Valorant on both controller and mouse and keyboard. When Valorant was first only a mouse and keyboard game, I used mouse and keyboard. And then when it came to console, I tried it on console. And it's just easier to do everything on a mouse and keyboard. There's not a lot of confusions. There's not a lot of button mapping issues. Everything is just so much easier. It's so much more precise. Everything is just better. Like, I won't say controller is better for playing Marble Rivals. I just think that it's more comfortable to me. And I prefer that. You know what I mean? That's just me. Why'd you add me, Grethia? I only add melee to the side button. Our brain struggles to remember the button in game. I don't know how Lauren sets it up, but I'm assuming she said all her buttons are on the mouse, which is crazy. I think that's what she said. Don't fix what ain't broken, but you can improve on it. Fair. That's what I had to do with Cap. I had to remap his buttons so I could get more out of them. It freaking sucked. I got a controllers with paddles to learn melee weaving without breaking my control sticks. Yo. I was talking about that. Playing Cap on controller destroys my controllers. Like, it actually does. It's so bad. The thing is, playing a regular hero meleeing, not so bad. But Cap button mashes his freaking melee. And so it just breaks it. It just breaks it, man. It's so bad. It's so bad. It happens so quick. One time it happened in like a span of 3 months. I was like, oh my God, bro. It's more difficult for beginners to play on. I can see that. I think it's mainly because you already grew up with controller. If you play video games, you already understand how a controller works. But if you had someone with the same amount of time on a PC and someone with the same amount of time on a controller, and then they swap, I guarantee you that the person on the controller has an easier time adapting to that versus the person on PC to the controller. It's just weird, but it's better. However, if you're a PC player using a controller, like after using mouse and keyboard, you're downgrading yourself, basically. You're downgrading yourself to something that's worse. You're downgrading yourself in accuracy, like in precision, I mean. You're downgrading yourself in fluidity in terms of where your buttons are and how you use them. Like, you are downgrading. Whereas if you play controller already, you go to PC, you just upgrade. Everything's better. You just upgrade it. So it's easier to transition. You're not going backwards, you're going forwards. Again, same thing for the stick and automatic. If you drive a stick shift and you go to automatic, it's like, bro, it's free. It's easy. But if you are an automatic and you go to stick shift, it's like, what the, you know? You're downgrading. You're making it harder on yourself to do that. So that's what I mean. Use TMR sticks? I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. I'm telling you, when I say my stuff is basic setup, it's super basic setup. You got to redeem? My bad, my bad. What happened? What happened? Play one game with viewers? All right, I'll play an 18-18 with viewers. Because we already are over the time limit. I should have been got off. I'm trolling. But because you redeemed it, I'll play. And we'll play on your server because you redeemed it. If anybody wants to join in, I'm gonna be right back real quick. But if anybody wants to join in and play this match, feel free to add yourself, like invite yourself, and then I'll accept you. But I'll be right back. Did I miss any invites while I was gone? Maybe Creathian is right. Maybe I should play one game to wind down from the VODs that we did. You wanna boot up? Okay. Dev, I don't know you. Why you trying to add me? I'll just play it. All right, and we'll say the last spot for you. All right, let's roll. Last row. I missed a few. Left Adolfo. Wait, did Adolfo say something? What'd you say? Oh, he tried to come to the... So I shouldn't buy a controller because I will downgrade, but I want to try because I see many spiders and magics busted players on controller. It's like I said, it's game sense. Like the way that they play is just the same as all the other games that they play. It's not that the controller makes them play better, it's just console players play games like that. PC players don't play games like that. Like name if you look at the top 5 games for PC and you look for the top 5 games on console, you'll notice that they're drastically different. Right? You'll notice it. And that's what helps them play better with controller. It's not that it's the controller, it's just the mindset of those players. They're just used to playing really fast-paced, button-mashy games, so they're really good at it. That's all. Whose game did you join? You're in here. Yes, I think you're in here. Better win, or I'm reporting all you guys. I forgot I need to fix this guy's sensitivity. Bro, yesterday, it was a freaking laser light show. Why nobody playing the characters now? Or nobody's playing Cyclops? We just don't care about him? Oh, bro, he flipped out of that. That's crazy. Gaming. Gaming.
Uh-oh. The other team is claiming those
Gaming.
Wow, 4 in a row. That's amazing.
Yo! Get off of me.
Great job. You're racking up points.
You queue up in quick man, people are insta locking the Punisher?
Probably head to the next zone.
That's crazy. I was wondering how long it would take for people to get tired of playing this character. Like, I don't think he's bad or anything. But, you know. There's other characters that just does what he does better.
Uh-oh. The other team is claiming those points.
Bruh. Why?
You're racking up
Bro, I would have had that guy, but I'm not playing on the screen that I normally play on. So my aim was a little bit off. Like, Poppy, quit lying. No, I'm serious. I'm not playing on the screen that I usually play on. Bruh, no way. Uh-oh. Child of the dark. Bruh, where am I going? Cooked. Wait, why are we not on point? What happened? Bro, she is wiggling and jiggling. Oh, I don't have my flight button. Bro, we gotta see, we gotta see. Trust. We gotta see. Bet.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Blasting through!
Uh-oh. The other team is claiming those points.
Bro, they over here playing Storm. What they doing? Bro, I'm enjoying it. W team.
Great job. You're racking up points.
Oh no! I didn't have enough time to move.
Uh-oh. The other team is claiming those points.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he's a one-size-fit-all character for sure.
A nice team free.
Us against the world.
You crossed my path.
I'm coming. We can win. No! Bro, their team is super toxic. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, 2 storms? What we doing?
Racking up points.
2 storms is crazy.
Uh-oh. The enemy's about to claim victory.
Go nuts with your unleashed.
Uh-oh. The other team is claiming those points.
Bruh, I didn't have enough time. No!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Chat, we should have won. We should have won. People want to be boring and play Storm. Like some losers. Like some freaking losers. Okay, one more. One more. Dude, why are you playing Storm? Actually, some losers. That was a close game. We sold? Did we? Actually, I was gonna say we played on. Before I get off, remind me to fix my servers, because I know I'm probably gonna forget.
Victory is in my sight.
I feel like Wolverine would not be good in this mode, because I just feel like, bro, there's too many things happening. Your schedule's so messed up. What's up, Diluted? We have the Storm players.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
It really took them 40 seconds to find a lobby. I guess we are playing on Australian servers.
Knew I saw trouble.
This will be our last game. I've been streaming for a long time. I've been streaming for a long time lately in general. But Creathin redeemed to play with viewers, so. Even though I just gave him an extra. I'm blaming my lack of aim on ping. Surely it's understandable. Holy! Bro, why do people... Are we playing on Sydney? Why are these guys more tryhard in these for fun modes than they are in the actual modes that matter? What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? Yo, let's go. Bro, I can't even tell when my shots are coming out. Like, it's weird. Maybe because he doesn't, it's not a hit skin. I mean, it's like Luna. But it's quicker. I guess it's a hit skin. But it taps multiple times. Yo, that nerf to Daredevil was so warranted. Like, it actually was. I still think the character is busted, and if you're really good, you'll make him work. But the people that just button mash with that character for free and go in and abusing the cooldowns, I think he's so much better. He's more punishing now. You know? I love it. It's like a burst shotgun. It's similar to like Elsa or Phoenix, but way faster. So it's kind of like a hit scan. Bro.
The moon haunts you.
Bro, these fools whipped out Iron Fist. Why do they try so hard on this server? Creathian and Diluted, you guys gotta let me know, do Australians like Cyclops or not? Do people just don't want to play him on these servers or what? These fools are tryharding like crazy. And they're tryharding in freaking this mode.
Stronger than Colossus.
Great job! You're racking up points!
I'll patch you up.
No freaking way. Okay. What the?
Double KO!
Laser, literally. Bro, I can't see anything. Oh, I'm enjoying the amplifier. Oh, I see what you're trying to say. Like the 3-shot burst, like a hammer burst. Well, you don't know what that is. But I got what you're saying. Yeah, I guess it is kind of like that. Huh? Yikes. Yikes.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
Maybe next week I have stuff sorted. We still might do viewer games on other days. I say that, but y'all know I like playing ranked.
Yes! You're about to win! Great job! You're racking up points!
We got this. We got this, guys. Money. Let's go. Now that's a game to win off of. My theory is, of course, Adolfo. You're playing Starlight Adolfo. You just can't play that character on my channel ever again. I'm tired of you. Bro, always wanna play. Bro, I always wanna play some Star-Lord and show off. Relax, Captain. Chill. Relax, Captain. My theory is that because rank sucks and it's so slow to pop for higher ranks, and he has a lot of good players who only play silly modes. Dang, I don't even think about it that way. That's a wild take. If that's it. Magic Kick revolves around her closing the distance, slashing enemies. Controller feels incredibly natural for her movement since you don't need aiming precision on a controller. Easy way out. That's what Google brought up. I think that it's just game sense. I think people on console just play fighting games more. You got your first MVP on Angela this morning? Congrats! Let's go. Bro ain't Murray. Imagine playing your main in casual modes. Why you gotta do a Dolphin like that? I haven't played all day. At least let me play my main. Yo, fair. No, that's what it is. Yeah, I think console players should really play fighting games more. And look, that's not to say, because I know when I say things about the two, it comes off across like I think one sucks more than the other. I think both equally have sucky garbage players on them. Let's be honest. Okay? But I'm saying that there's just differences. That's all. Strengths and weaknesses, pros and cons. There's actually a lot of really good level 100 players playing versus hard AI. Okay, yeah, if you only play AI in this game, I salute you. Because that's something I just couldn't do. I know one person who does that, and I'm like, how do you do it? How? I couldn't. Chat, is this skin worth getting? Yes or no? What we thinking? This one. Is it worth? Oh, it's free? It's free? Oh, I didn't know it was free. Oh yeah, that's clean then. They should have made this a paid. They tripping. They tripping. They made this one free and then they made this one paid. Brother got some sneakers and a sweatsuit on, and we telling people to pay for this. This guy has crazy designs and a tail, and we say it's free. We got our priorities mixed up. Natties, what's going on? We got our priorities mixed up here. Ricky played about it yesterday? Look. No, I don't. I don't. Not priorities are right. Yeah, continue dropping sweatpants and sweatshirt skins paid, and continue dropping actual good skins for free. Even if it's a comic reference, nobody cares. I feel like 99% of this player base does not care about comics or even knows anything about them. So to make the thing that looks better visually free versus the thing that just looks like you put them in some sweatpants is crazy to me. But maybe they have to pay for like the copyright, which would make sense. I don't know how that works. I'm not the person making these skins. So I would assume you have to pay something to get it in the game, though. I would assume so. Chat, how long extra have we been on? I was supposed to get off an hour ago. Why do you guys do this to me? What is wrong with you guys? No, I wouldn't play, but I shouldn't. I know better. But I will play other days, because I do want to play Cyclops. I also still want to play Magic and Wolf. But Cyclops seems really fun. I want to see what he feels like in a real match, though. And not in like that version, or not in quick play either. I want to see what he's like in like an actual match. You love us, don't lie. True. Black Mask DD was probably his most iconic run, and it's what the entire first season of the Netflix show is based on. Yeah, but I feel like most people that play this game don't know nothing about the comics. You know? Often caught out lying, his streams are better. Nah, dude. Your streams be so chill. I feel like I don't have chill streams. I feel like my streams are just like all over the place. You know, I feel like I don't have that vibe where you could just leave it up, relax, chill, listen. I feel like I always got something stupid coming out of my mouth. Or I always have some crazy thing happening on screen. You know? You know? That's literally what you do. Maybe I'm more tame than I thought. You should give free-to-play players some good stuff occasionally. Meanwhile, you can depend on compulsive spenders to buy anything, even mid stuff. Hey, I bought every season pass. Even the one, I didn't really like this one. This was my least favorite. This one? No. This one? No. Which one was it? Is it this one? Yeah, this one was my least favorite, like, season pass. I did not mess with this one at all. Like, at all. This was not it. Actually, no, not this one. I mean, I didn't mess with that one either. But there's one more that's like I really, really didn't mess with. And I don't remember which one it was. Not that one. There's another one. I know you guys know which one I'm talking about. Oh, was it this one? Yeah, I didn't really mess with this one. This one was kind of whatever, and then that other one was kind of whatever. Not that one. The one that we just seen, and then this one. These two. These two, I was just kind of like, yeah. So. Okay, but the characters that I play, I don't play those characters. So everybody got something but me. Don't play him. Don't play him, man. He has better skins. Don't know what that is. Better skins. Better skins. Better skins. Better skins. Better skins. Better. I mean, this one's kind of okay. I'm not gonna lie. Better skins. She definitely has better skins. I don't know. I feel like some of these passes are a little bit too focused on specific groups. I like the passes that are just a little bit of something for everybody. You know what I mean? I know that's super, super hard to do. Don't get me wrong. But, yeah. The Doctor Strange one was great. Okay, look. All the women, they were freaking gooning over that Doctor Strange skin. Every woman I spoke to or seen talk about that skin, they're like, he's so hot. I don't know what y'all see in this. Okay? I don't know what is so hot about this. I don't get it. Don't make sense. Relax. So many women are saying he's good looking. You're a doctor? You need to diagnose some of these players. What you need to do. They watch too much Grey's Anatomy? Greek, you stop. Why are you taking shots? Why are you taking shots? That's actually hilarious. It's meta because Dr. Strange is a medical doctor? Hey. I don't like it. It's not okay, look, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not hyped for it because there's skins that are better. So it's like I probably won't use it. You know? Even in this pass. When would I use this skin over the skins that he has? I feel like if you're a chronic skin buyer and you buy skins for the characters that you genuinely enjoy playing, you probably won't be picking the skins that they give you in passes and stuff unless they're extremely good. You know what I mean? Like, when would you use that other Rocket skin over this one? Like, when would you use this skin over this, or this? Bro, never. Never. Maybe I just like special effects. Chat, I do. I like hearing different noises and different voices. So I guess when I see a skin that doesn't have anything attached to it, I just feel like it's like not enough. Although this Namor skin is fire. Easily the best Namor skin. Look at that hair. It's goated. But yeah, I do like the zombie Strange more. When I got this patch for the Gambit and Star-Lord skins, yeah, those skins are fire. I find it pretty funny to imagine Doctor Strange shaking the rust off his primary care knowledge and trying to run on campus sales clinic. I like Old Man Strange and God of Magic skins, Rocket Summer skins, and Thieves Guild skins. Gun and Penny. Yeah, Gun and Penny is really good. I almost want to buy it. I could get my hands on the steampunk rocket one, I choose that, but I can't. So I use the nerd one. Really? Of course, Poppin loves. It looks good though. It looks good though. Why you gotta do it like that? It looks good though. It looks good though. There's something about every Namor skin I don't like. Fair. Remember when I first started playing and he had no skins, and I wanted to play Namor, and I was like, man, I want a skin, and it was this one. I was like, ain't nobody want this skin. Okay, I gotta get off, y'all. Y'all making me stay on too late. Remember, we will have streams earlier. Pretty soon. So instead of 11 p.m. Central when I stream on those days, it'll be 9 p.m. Central. So it'll be 2 hours ahead of what I usually stream, which should be better for like almost everybody. But yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. Thank you guys for watching. You guys have been awesome. You guys are always awesome. Why does Cap have a mustard skin? Hey, I think it was a comic skin. If it's not, I have no clue. You guys are awesome. You guys are always awesome. Till next time, you know what I always say. If you guys want to continue conversations, obviously the Discord is the place to do it. If you haven't checked out that link, click that link down below. But yeah, until next time, you guys know what I always say. Think you got you doing what? Popping often. Will often. Have a great rest of your day or night, and I'll talk to you guys later. Peace, peace. Late. Chat is awesome. The streamer is iffy. The disrespect. This is why I'm getting off. The disrespect.